associate professor at the University of Ghana. She has made significant of various departments within the university and has served as visiting scholar at the University of Health and Allied Sciences here in Ghana. Her research focuses on tissue engineering, biomaterials, and engineering design in the Ghanaian context. Our next speaker is the advisor for NSBE and popularly known as the host or quiz mistress of the National Science and Maths Quiz since 2006. She has a foundation that's dedicated to STEM education. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me. Show love to Professor Elsie Ifa Kaufman.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, young leaders, students, I bring you warm greetings from the School of Engineering Sciences at the University of Ghana, where we are also celebrating our 20th anniversary. At the School of Engineering Sciences, we give education in 5 different engineering disciplines. We have agricultural engineering, biomedical engineering, computer engineering, food process engineering, and material science and engineering. That was for the benefit of our young people here. All right, so let me get back to this. I am so honored to be here among all of you brilliant minds and dedicated professionals, all of you who share a common goal to advance engineering and technology in Africa for the betterment of our societies. NSBE Ghana, thank you for inviting me. Today, we gather to explore solutions and strategies that will drive our continent's socioeconomic transformation. I'm excited to share insights on how we can collectively address one of the most pressing challenges of recent times in Africa. And I am so happy that Engineer VC started this discussion because he has mentioned many of the issues that are confronting us and has even made some suggestions. I'm only adding to it. So on the 17th of July this month, a couple of weeks ago, I was privileged to be invited as an expert panelist on one of the events to mark the 150 years of engineering education at University College London. The very interesting topic for discussion was, can engineers save the world? The first question posed to the international panel was, what is the greatest challenge facing humanity? As expected, there was discussion of climate change, pandemics, unexpected disasters. But as the only representative of our dear continent on the panel, I felt it was my responsibility to draw attention to the unique challenge that confronts us and demands our immediate attention. Here goes. Africa and the world at large is undergoing a transformation unlike any we have ever seen. Engineer Professor mentioned that. The fourth industrial revolution, marked by breakthroughs in artificial intelligence, robotics, biotechnology, and other fields, offers unprecedented opportunities for economic growth and development. However, this revolution also brings with it significant challenges, particularly concerning employment and the skills needed to thrive in this new landscape. Now, this is where it affects us directly. Africa, in particular, is undergoing a population explosion. Are you aware? Yes. Where other continents are seeing declines in population, we are exploding. It has been estimated that the continent will contribute 25% of the world's population by 2050. And we will have a total population of 4.5 billion by 2100. Additionally, our continent has the youngest population, with approximately 42% of our people under 15 years of age, compared to the global average of 25%. That is very serious. Also, Africa has the greatest disease burden, and it has been estimated that by 2030, only a few years from now, by 2030, almost all the people in extreme poverty, that is, those living on less than $1.90 a day, will be in sub-Saharan Africa. So we are leading in population and leading in poverty. Obviously, the population explosion in Africa has not matched the pace of technological advancement. This is why the situation is. One of the most pressing challenges we face is the skills gap. The disparity between the skills employers need and the skills that job seekers possess. While this gap is not just a local or national issue, but a global concern that affects economics, businesses, and individuals, it is even more severe in Africa. Recently, a friend of mine has been sending me profiles of people that they intend to employ for global positions in technology. I post these, and we have difficulty finding people to fill those jobs. We simply can't continue churning out large numbers of youthful Africans with nothing to do. We can't continue like this. Addressing this is crucial for ensuring that our workforce is equipped to meet the demands of modern industries, and that individuals have the opportunity to secure meaningful, well-paying jobs. Okay, so now let's talk about STEM. STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. This plays a pivotal role in bridging the skills gap. If we explore how STEM education and training can provide solutions to the modern industrial challenges and enhance employment opportunities, I think it will be good for us. And I think that's what this conference is about. So I'm expecting more and more discussion on this. But let me add a few things for us to reflect on. First and foremost, our education systems our education systems must adapt to the changing needs of industries. This means integrating the STEM subjects into curricula from an early age. We don't have to wait until somebody is in graduate school. So from an early age, and ensuring that students gain practical hands-on experience. By promoting a strong foundation in STEM, we prepare students to think critically, solve complex problems, and adapt to new technologies, skills that are invaluable in today's job market. Again, the pace of global technological advancement means that learning cannot stop at graduation. We must promote a culture of lifelong learning. And Prof, thank you for mentioning that we need to be getting these certifications every year because the things are changing so fast. Don't wait for somebody to catch you and force you to take another degree. Do it yourself. Online courses, professional development programs, partnerships between educational institutions and industries, staying current with technological trends, provide professionals opportunities to remain competitive and adaptable. We need to speak to each other. Right now, what is happening is this. Academic institutions are setting up their programs, and I'm talking about Ghana. We develop these programs based on expertise we already have. We are not developing for the future. So, industries are also minding their business. They are thinking about their bottom line. They are waiting for academic institutions to produce graduates for them to tell us they are not fit for purpose. Why waste so much time? Why don't we speak to each other? Why don't we talk to each other to find out what the real needs are and partner to deliver the education that will benefit both parties? And that may mean educating even us, the lecturers, because we grew up at a time when these technologies were not available. You cannot give what you don't have. Yes, so we have to collaborate. Internships, apprenticeships, cooperative programs. Students, these are the things you should be chasing after, not browsing on TikTok and whatnot. That does not lead you anywhere. While technical skills are crucial, soft skills such as communication, teamwork, and adaptability are equally important. STEM education should incorporate opportunities for students to develop these skills, ensuring they are well-grounded and prepared for the collaborative nature of modern workplaces. I'm looking forward to the time when I go to a primary school and we no longer have the seating just like we have here. It does not reflect the real world. The sooner we start looking at what happens in the real world to train and teach our young people, the better it will be for all of us. Finally, we must support innovation and entrepreneurship within the STEM fields, encouraging students and professionals to pursue innovative ideas and entrepreneurial ventures can lead to the creation of new industries and job opportunities. Okay, so as you are getting your training, my young people, reflect on what problems you can solve. In the future, you will be paid for solving people's problems, not for finishing school with a certificate and looking for a job that bears the name on the certificate. Please, I hope you heard that. It is about the skills that you are acquiring. And so, if you have identified problems you can solve, you can start a business around it, solving those problems and getting paid for that. You employ yourself rather than waiting for government to employ you, because government can only do so much for the numbers of people we are graduating. Please, this is very close to me. You can see I'm speaking very passionately about that. We need to find other ways, okay? And now let me mention briefly about the young ladies. Young ladies usually, as we are talking about this, you have underrepresentation. You know, we have done well with the biological and medical sciences. We have a lot of young ladies in those areas. But we still have problems in the computational sciences, in engineering, and the mathematical sciences. I told you the future is about solving problems and getting rewarded for the solution to problems. When somebody's problem is solved, do they worry about the gender of the person that solved it? I'm expecting an answer. No. And so that means there is room for you. In addition to that, the more we have everyone contribute to solving problems, the better the solutions are. So you cannot be left behind. All right. We are expecting that incubators, accelerators, and funding opportunities will be made available to provide the necessary support for turning ideas into reality. So I'm addressing the governments and policymakers among us that we must prioritize the STEM education and workforce development. Investment in education infrastructure, teacher training, and scholarship programs can create an enabling environment for STEM learning, and policies that encourage public-private partnerships and investment in research and development can further bolster our efforts to bridge this skills gap. These are only suggestions. I'm expecting more discussion during the course of today. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's do our part to create a future where individuals are not only prepared for the jobs of today, but are also capable of shaping the industries of tomorrow. In fact, when you enter university, what you should be thinking about is what the world will possibly look like by the time you are graduating, and gather the skills that are necessary for you to survive in that future environment. On this note, I wish NSBE Ghana, NSBE Africa, a very happy 25th anniversary. Long live NSBE Ghana. And thank you so much for having me.
Is that all you can do to show love to Professor Elsie Kaufman? I love it when I see women trailblazing in industries where a lot of people are running away from. I hope we learned a lot and we took notes about things that we can focus on as young people. Again, I'm so happy as a woman here this morning. Honored to be driving operational excellence across sectors such as mining, oil and gas, and construction equipment. Renowned for her commitment to empowering diverse teams, she has made profound contributions to business, culture, and community. A champion of change and inclusivity. She has been recognized with accolades such as Cummins CEO's 2023 Everyday Champion Diversity Award. Beyond her corporate achievements, she passionately mentors and advocates for women and minorities in STEM fields. It is with great respect that I introduce to you, or help me show love to Erica Bird. Please continue to clap. Continue to clap. Encourage her.
Thank you. Well, one, for the young people who said they went into STEM because they wanted money, that was the same reason I went into it. So I just want to let you know that everything the professor said both is real. And so I am so proud to be here. First, I just want to say, bear with me. I am fighting some type of a little bug, so I hope I make it through. But first, I really just want to talk about when we talked about the history of NSBE. The history of NSBE is so important. I'm from the U.S., and when they talk about discrimination, discrimination was real. And I had a mother who told me, if you really want to know where you're going, you have to know where you came from. So when we talk about history, my mom made me major in engineering, but she made me minor in African studies. So the first thing I want to do is honor you for being here in Africa and make sure you know who you are, because the U.S. doesn't always show you what Africans did when they made it to the U.S. And that was because of the laws. We couldn't patent things. And so even though we developed it, we didn't get the credit. So always know who you are so you can know where you're going. So with that, I'm going to change my speech just a little bit because several of the people hit on a lot of the topics that I was going to talk on. But the first thing I really want to emphasize is we talked about Black excellence. When you think about Africa, when you think about where we're headed, when you think about what we bring to the table, I want to just give my company a shout out. We have 50 vice presidents in a $34 billion company. 5 of them are from Africa. So I want you to know that when you're sitting in these seats, your mind needs to be expanded. Just what they were saying as we were talking, when you look to your right and when you look to your left, that's not your competition. It's global. but you can do right in your home what is happening everywhere. And I just want to give you a shout out because all of the technology you were talking about, it's real. My company is doing all of that. Iman is with me, Patrice, a group of us, and all of our teams are using the goggles. We're using the Chat PT. We're doing all of those things. And so I just want you to know, do not hesitate to lean in this space. So a couple of things why NSBE is so important. Engineering is critical. It's good to get all of the skills that were talked about, but another thing that NSBE brings to the table is other type of skills. We get some of the engineering skills when we go to our classes, but when you come here, you get to interact with professionals. There's other skills to think about. Do you want to be an engineer or do you want to run an engineering department? When you start thinking about running an engineering department, as they say, getting certificates, I needed to understand, how do I manage money? How do I manage big cross projects where I have 5, 10, right now, close to 70 engineers on the team? How do you look across what they're doing and make sure that we stay on budget, that we're developing products with cost, that we're providing the solutions that the professor talked about? So all of you in here, you have that. The other thing I just love that you talked about is gender diversity. And I think that that is critically important. So when I look out here and I see women and men, we were talking about the gap in the growth. In other countries, growth is going down. Our growth is going up. And the world is changing. Other parts of the country, men and women are working. So if you think about the gap in wealth, we want wealth here. And the way you get wealth is by having partners who also can bring that money to the table, and you guys can have the lives that you want. Both of the guys who are here with me, well, one now, but one of the fellas, his wife is working. She's very engaged, and both of them bring money to the table. So I think it's extremely important. Do not, young ladies, keep your head down. Keep your head up. Make sure you thrive. And the reality is, even if you're married, because I'm married, your husband could pass. You still need to be able to survive. So it's not about going against your husband. It's about ensuring that your family has everything that they need. One of the things I love about NSBE is everyone who came up here is a role model for you. Where you're sitting today, all of us sat. Someone came who was at our levels and they poured back into you. So what do you think our expectation is of you? That when you get it, we need you to pour back into your community also. Make sure that as you advance, bring others with you. When they talked about the diversity award at Cummins, one of the things that my company is majorly focused on is, do we have the best of the best? That's what NSBE brings to the table. When we looked at what programs we were going to invest in for recruiting and what we weren't going to invest in, the program that was not on the chopping block was NSBE. And that's because we knew what engineers were rolling out of NSBE. So I just want you guys to lean in this space. When she talked about what are you looking for on TikTok, let me just be clear. If you do deeper analysis, whether it's athletes, whether it's rappers, whether it's singers, whether it's behind the scenes, they're not all Jay-Z and Beyonce. A lot of them lose all of their money within 5 years of having their hit. So it's very important that you have a fallback plan. Even if you have another vision, if you want to do sports, that's okay. Let sports pay for your college. But always have your fallback plan, because tomorrow is not promised, and less than 1% of all people who pursue those areas end up successful. But I promise you, in engineering, it can be you. You can have those good jobs, the 130,000 jobs a year, $130,000, $300,000 jobs a year. They're out there. And why not us? Why not you, right? And so one of the things I also think is critically important is through NSBE, you can find mentors. If you're going through a situation, how do I navigate this? If you're going to do interviews for jobs, how do I get the interview skills? NSBE offers that. They bring companies to the table to look at you for internships. When she said, make sure you're applying for internships, get every internship you can get. I worked multiple internships. One, it helped me to know what companies I didn't want to work for. And two, it helped me know what I wanted to do because I was able to see people who were much further than me and how they navigated and understood how they navigated. And one of the things I want you to do is when you think about tech, it is the wave of the future, but it's not just the wave of the future because of tech. You can be a patent lawyer. You can only be a patent lawyer if you have an engineering degree. When you think about the sciences, you can be in sales. I'm an engineer by trade, but I specialize in sales. You can be in operations. You can be running large facilities. And so make sure that you open your mind to all of the opportunities. You don't just have to sit behind a desk and do a job where you think that you might go crazy just doing technology. Some people, that's for them. I have plenty of people on my team, and they are excellent at that, and they love it. And then I have plenty of people on my team who are in engineering, who are running facilities, they're out doing sales, and because they have the deep technical expertise, it makes them exceptional in sales. And so, Ian, I really can't wait. I wanted to hear you so bad. I apologize, I'm sick. But everyone, I'm so excited. Make sure you keep your ears open. There is a poem by George Washington Carver, and he was African American in the U.S., and he went before, and he was a great scientist, and that's the reason I pulled out his poem. When blacks couldn't even walk in the door, George Washington Carver, because of his mind, because of his technology, was able to go and speak in Congress. Just meditate on that. An African male who came up through the system, educated himself, and then was called to speak to white Congress when blacks couldn't even walk in the door. And I remember his poem because when I was your age and I was sitting in the seats that you're sitting in, and I knew that one day I wanted to be at the top of a company. And I knew I could get to the top of the company because I saw someone who looked like me. Everyone here is someone who looks like you. And so I want to end just talking about George Washington Carver. But before I do that, just remember the TikTok, all of that is all, it sounds good. Do it, but do what you have to do so you can do what you want to do, right? It's okay to get on TikTok. It's okay to have fun, but you can be TikTok broke, right? And I'd rather be TikTok as a little hobby, but honing my skills so I could get to where I need to go so that I can change my community. You want to change your family tree. You want to be able to provide things for your family that they couldn't. That's what you can do. You can change that, and you can pull them with you. So his poem, George Washington Carver, it says, "Figure it out yourself, my lad. You've all the greatest of men have had. With your equipment, they all began. So start at the top and say, I can. Look them over, the wise and the great. They take their food from a common plate. With similar knives and forks they use, with similar laces, they tie their shoes. The world considers them great and smart, but you all they had when they made their start. You can triumph and come to skill. You can be great if you only will. God has equipped you for life, but he lets you decide what you want to be. So figure it out yourself, my lad. You've all the greatest of men have had. With your equipment, they all began. So start at the top and say, I can. You young people, you can. You're here today. That tells me that you can. And so with that, as you listen to the leaders, as you lean in on what they're saying, don't look at your phones. Just lean in and be the change that you want to see. We need you to do everything that they were talking about up here, and I believe you can do it. So with that, thank you so much for just the honor to be in the motherland with my people. I love standing here with my people. And Iman teases me a lot because every time I show up at a big event at work, I got my African clothes on. I got African suits, so you know I was looking at your suit and your shoes because I want to represent who I am. And I am unashamed Black woman. And you all walk into that room head held high and take them jobs. They're yours. Thank you.
The microphone too was inspired. Give her a round of applause. Indeed, she's an everyday champion. I learned a lot as I was leaning in to listen to her. And I just want to remind us all that this is the 25th anniversary climax for NSBE Ghana. And today's theme, we are looking at building the Africa we want, a reflection on the role of Africa's STEM professionals in accelerating Africa's socioeconomic transformation. So I was happy about the areas that she touched on. The areas she touched on, one thing that I want you to remember is that do what you have to do before you do what you want to do. And if you heard her, TikTok, social media is okay, it's good. You can do that as a hobby, but focus on the things that you have to do. And I was so happy that she touched on the fact that women should also go into engineering, and you don't have to shy away from it, and still embrace all other social needs that you want to also embrace. So thank you so much, Madam. We are so grateful for such an inspiring speech. This morning, we'll be learning a lot from so many people who are championing STEM education and are trailblazing their areas. We'll be having a panel discussion next, and we'll be having great panelists to have conversations with. Our first panel discussion will be, looking at driving Africa's engineering renaissance. I hope you have your notebooks and pens to be writing certain notes that are thought-provoking. That's how you can lean in and get more from today's session. And to have, to help us with this panel discussion where we are going to focus on driving Africa's engineering renaissance, we have a number of speakers, trailblazers, like I said, who will be helping us have this conversation. I'll be introducing them, and please show them love so that they can walk happily to the stage and have their seats. You'll do that for me, right? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Okay. So our first panelist for this session is Mr. Daniel Owusu. Mr. Daniel Owusu is a multiple award-winning youth development champion and community development specialist with training from Google, Harvard, Stanford, MIT Sloan, and he has over a decade of experience in digital transformation, innovation, and policy design. Daniel has developed and managed, continue to clap so that you encourage him to come. Daniel has developed and managed numerous programs that support strategic organizational goals and has been instrumental in mentoring and training over 200,000 youths across Africa. So we are bringing on board passionate people who are going to give you tips, strategies, and tricks in the STEM education. Our next panelist who will be joining me here is Preba Greenstreet. Give her a round of applause. Preba is an accomplished lawyer qualified at the bars of England and Wales and Ghana. With a master's from University of London in corporate and commercial law, she has established and managed the legal department in a number of major Ghanaian institutions. She has keen interest in personal growth, public health, community investment, environmental protection, sustainability, and continuous professional development, all underpinned by her unwavering integrity. She's very passionate about passing on her experiences and knowledge, strategies to help young people. So today, you are all in the right hands. Our next panelist to help us, further our discussion is Solace Kidisil. She's coming. Continue to encourage her with your round of applause. Solace is the group operations lead of Insano, overseeing business and technical operations across 6 opcos and 15 processing destinations. She collaborates with a talented team to ensure the alignment of people, processes, and technologies with the company's strategic goals, driving different, efficient, and effective operational changes. Give Solace another round of applause. Our next panelist is Mr. Emmanuel Agbeko Gamo. Emmanuel Agbeko Gamo. I'm sure he will be joining us very soon. He is a consummate professional with over 15 years of experience in youth engagement, digital and managerial innovation. She's a visiting fellow at the Tayarisha School of Excellence in Digital Policy at the University of Witwatersrand and runs the Social Enterprise Labs. He also volunteers and participates in other philanthropy works. So, to moderate this session, I'm privileged to be introducing to you a very young woman who is the co-founder and COO for Firefly.io. When I say COO, Chief Operations Officer for Firefly.io, a STEM-based company. And she's a third-year biomedical engineering student at the Academic City University College here in Ghana. She's a passionate public speaker and a STEM advocate. She has worked on numerous remarkable engineering projects. Most notably, her current project is an atrial fibrillation detection system, which aims to reduce stroke incidences in Ghana by detecting atrial fibrillation, a heart condition that can be a precursor to stroke. Victoria is committed to advancing STEM education and innovative projects and demonstrates her dedication to creating meaningful change in her community and even beyond. One thing I want you to know is that this is a young woman who is a student and is actively involved in STEM activities. So today she'll be moderating this panel session, and she is of the person. I want you to, you see, when I mention her name, I want you to clap and cheer her on so that she is encouraged to come on the stage. Will you do that for me? Will you do that for me? So, help me welcome Victoria Menz.
Good morning, everyone. I'm so pleased to be here. I'm so happy to see you all, distinguished guests, my one and only mentor, Professor Elsie Kaufman, you all beautiful and brilliant students here, and of course, my able panelists. So today we'll be talking about driving Africa's engineering renaissance, that we are leveraging technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship. And I am very much focused on high skill students. Most of you, I want to believe that most of you are reading programs related to science. And for all we know, most of the science students after high school, most of the courses that you intend to do at the university, it's medicine. And so we are here today to introduce you to engineering, which is also a program that you could offer after reading science in high school. So I'm here today with our able panelists to talk about some of the challenges that we are facing here in Ghana as engineers, and also ways to curb those. So please, I will start with Ms. Solis. Ms. Solis, please, could you provide an overview of the current engineering industry here in Ghana? Are there any challenges that we are facing? How is it currently?
I will speak broadly and then probably zero in on my specialty. So I trained as an electrical engineer in tech, and I've worked across oil and gas, telecommunications, and I'm now in fintech. And what I have seen over the last 10 years is that there has been a lot of evolution in the computer science, programming fields, but we don't see this across our traditional engineering disciplines. So let me speak of our civil engineering disciplines, electrical engineering. You would find that the rate of innovation in those fields has not mirrored the recent surge in innovation in programming, where we are talking about AI, IoT, and all that. And unfortunately, even though this is a global trend, we have not really fulfilled all the fundamentals of the hard part of engineering that needs to be done. I like to say that my field, fintech, is soft engineering. We deal with programs, we build on infrastructure that exists, and it will be hard to say Africa or Ghana would fully benefit from the advantages if we don't bridge the gaps that exist in the hard infrastructure. So even though the traditional disciplines, which are actually the core infrastructure disciplines, have not evolved as much, it is necessary for us to bridge the manufacturing gaps. It is necessary for us to bridge the construction gaps. If we are still building the same way we were building 30 years ago, but in my brief stint in fintech, which is just 10 years, I have seen the way we build programs change at least 3 times. It means that there is a need for that innovation drive across the engineering disciplines. And I don't think, aside from perhaps South Africa and a few countries that you could say were pretty well developed before this whole 4th and 5th industrial wave came into play, it's across Africa. So for my work, I travel across Africa. You will find me on a ferry in Freetown, or you will find me in the bushes somewhere, like, it's a very interesting travel, right? And you find that the basic things, access to power, road, manufacturing, are absent. So yes, I have a whole lot of excitement about what we can do with software and how we can build on it. And you have some disciplines like telecommunications, building the hardware that is key for us to drive that growth. But how much of it is African owned? How much of it is built here? How many of those solutions are developed by us and for us because of our unique sort of situation? So you find that we have one side driving full steam ahead, one side catching up at a certain pace, but it's a bit lopsided. So in my humble view, that is what it looks like across the paradigm. But we also have certain advantages that have been presented to us. Recent breakthroughs in 3D printing and IoT and stuff give us a very unique opportunity to try and speed up and bridge that gap. And I'm always excited when I meet fellow engineers who are building hard solutions to problems. Like the introduction given for you said you are doing something in healthcare. It's beautiful to watch us owning that conversation, because in most times it's sort of imported. It is fixed outside and we pick the solution, and it may not fit all our scenarios, but we work with it, right? So we need to be more inventive. We need to push the boundaries of what is possible and leverage the technologies that could help us do that in a faster period, because we don't have time. So I think across Africa, there's a lot of potential, there's a lot of opportunity. Possibly we need to get more funding for the hard stuff to be done, the electronics basics to be stronger, so that we can build solutions that solve our problems.
So we could actually build solutions to solve our problems. Thank you so much, Ms. Solis. According to you, we still need to bridge the gap in certain sectors of engineering, and I'm sure we are going to do that, right? Right? Good. So straight to you, Ms. Preba. Please, engineering discussions often lack like a very legal perspective. Could you please share with us any insights pertaining the legal aspects of engineering?
Thank you so much, Victoria. Law is really interesting because people see law as a support institution, something that supports, and it does really for engineering. What I would like to say, particularly to the young ones here, is that you should be aware of the value of the knowledge that you hold. And that is what intellectual property is about. And that is the two legal roots I want to talk about today. The first is really about intellectual property. What's in your head, what you develop from what's in your head, is uniquely yours. And how that is recognized and appreciated and valued in the world can take various different routes. If you're working for someone, you get paid for the knowledge that you bring into that conversation. But you can also innovate, and as you innovate, that is your intellectual property. That is property that you own that comes from your intellect. And that's why it's called intellectual property. Now, taking control of your intellectual property is really important, okay? And I think it's something that we lose sight of as you do your jobs from day to day, right? So you might have a particular idea. Now, when you're working, you generally find that your contract will say that anything that you develop as you work for a particular employer will belong, the intellectual property around that, the ownership of that idea and how it is used will belong to your employer. So you should be very aware when you take a job, read your contract. Okay, read your contract, because if you know that particularly the sphere in which you're working is one which is very innovative, it's fast moving, you are building things, you are creating things. The ownership of what you create and build, right, will be determined by the contract you sign. You might inadvertently sign away rights that you had not considered. So that's something that you should always be aware of. So that's why I said be aware of your value, right? Don't lose sight of your value or give that away lightly. When you're being paid, when you enter employment, make sure that it's commensurate with what you are giving away, okay? And as we work, I'm sure Solis will tell you this, yes, you follow set rules, you do things, you do the same things, but you also do things very differently to solve problems. After all, that's what engineers do. You solve problems. So you might find that uniquely, you are solving a problem in a unique way which hasn't been solved before. Now, what can you do if you come up with something that you want to protect? Okay, so it's about protection. If you come up with an idea and you want to protect it, you have to file a patent or register a trademark or register copyright. Exactly. And there are other various, maybe more obscure intellectual property rights that you can register. But these are the three big ones, and particularly patents for engineer, but also copyright in terms of how you do something are also very important. So just because, and I know that we all have ideas all the time, and we all think our ideas are new, but most things in this world, someone has already had a hand in something. You are standing on someone's leg, as they said, to come up with an idea. But you might have something that you can register and you can utilize. Be aware of that. Be careful that you don't sign away those rights inadvertently. The second idea I want to talk about is about responsibility as engineers. Okay, engineers typically, you engineer for us, for all of us, for mankind, for us the laymen. You are about solving problems, fixing problems, and that carries a responsibility. So not only does it carry moral or ethical responsibility, I would say it carries also a legal responsibility. So there are various ways in which legally you could be liable. I'm trying not to talk too much like a lawyer, make people afraid. But there are various ways in which you could be liable for the ideas that you come up with, and also how they are implemented and used, and how you build things. I mean, a typical example is civil. You build a stairway, and the stairway falls down, or a bridge, and the bridge falls down, right? Definitely, there's liability there. Did you do the right things to ensure that the bridge would not fall down? Okay, and if you did, yes, you would be covered. And of course, that's why insurance exists. But you should be aware that being in a profession, any profession, carries responsibility. And I think it's a great opportunity as an engineer. It's an opportunity to build for people. You make the world. You create the world that we walk in. Okay, but it also at the same time carries the responsibility. The third point I want to talk about, and I noticed the question about it later on, so I won't go into too much detail, is about standardization and making sure that as you build, you are able to link in with what already exists. it's really important that as we build the world that we want in Ghana, right, we can't build something that is so totally different from anything anyone else has that we can't interlink with them. You think about it from the tech point of, you wouldn't even be able to, if we decided that we were going to build our own internet, we wouldn't be able to interface with the internet around the rest of the world, So that's a very broad example, but it goes right down to the smallest items that we build. If you're creating a new kind of screw, and it's one that cannot interface with machinery from elsewhere, it limits your use. It limits the use of that screw. So as you are developing your engineering ideas and you're building, you must think about how it links to the rest of the world, and also about how it links and what we are building for ourselves that is unique to Africa. Okay.
Wow. Thank you so much. I think, yes, she deserves more. So whatever that we engineers are coming up with, we should make sure that they resonate with the needs of Africans. Thank you so much, Ms. Prema. We are coming to you, Mr. Daniel. Please, you are an entrepreneur in the engineering sector. We would like you to share with us any of your experiences and if any of the points that Ms. Solis and Ms. Presba have shared today resonate with you.
Okay. Thank you very much, and I would say that it's more than what they said in the context of the value proposition, because within the context of STEM or STEAM that people operate, we've also gotten to realize that there's a perception that STEM or engineers are behind the scenes people. They are shy type and all that. So if there's no bigger or wider voice to echo, to bring them out, they are always behind the scenes. And most of the time, within the space that we operate, the more behind the scenes you are, the less visible you are to those that matter, and how to bring you on board to accelerate activities or innovations across the spaces. When it also comes to the role in terms of employability, it's very important to know that, and I'm happy what the VC for ATU mentioned about adding the D to the STEM conversation. In as much as you have the technical skills or technical know-how, how then do you scale up your brand persona or your brand visibility in order for other entrepreneurs to call you on board to help ideate a solution or ideate a problem in order to achieve the intent objectives? It's very key for us to know that most entrepreneurs in the space are risk-averse, and also experimentation is the second language for them. Therefore, we need people who have that macro ability. It's a skill that a lot of people are missing in the context of, I can have a conversation with you, but if you're unable to decode in between the lines, the what, the how, and the where, you've missed the conversation. And it's also a plus for engineers, which is more of an inbuilt ability that a lot more are yet to hone or harness. So I always advise that within the conversations, always see the bigger picture and break it down and communicate. And also, when it comes to the lingo, the way engineers will speak within the context of product development or product system development and processes will be different from what a business-driven minded person will also get to see. So at the back end, there's always a funny conversation between a product manager, a project manager, and even the UI UX developers, because of one has the pace to move, other wants to hold you back. And one would say that I need to get things running. But one is more, let me just put step-by-step approach because of he's not risk averse. So within the context of entrepreneurship or innovation space, I'll say that both the value proposition, one as you, and also get to know that the things that you do is not who you are. That's against who you are with what you want to do. And within the space of engineering or STEM or STEAM, people see STEAM or play within that role either as an interest or a passion. So if you're not also able to differentiate where your strength lies, you hit the road and think that, oh, it's not my thing. Because mom or dad informed me or introduced me to it, or because of the current trend that we are in, let me just jump onto it. But if you don't know yourself well, and you don't know if you are chasing passion or you are chasing interest of this, you crash and you bounce back. It takes grace to bring you back. So these are a few things I just want to add up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Daniel. Please, I have a further question. Since you are an entrepreneur in the engineering sector, and most of us are reading engineering or aspiring engineers, how do you blend these two different sectors?
Technology for financial institutions. And the wave of AI is not just yesterday, it's been there for like years. But suddenly, there are certain valid use cases that have been brought on with ChatGPT, which is looking more at the natural language processing. And we have to rethink how these technologies can enhance what we do. So in finding solutions, we are trying to marry what our tech stack looks like now and what it could look like in the next year or two. And where do we implement those new technologies? For me, I also think looking at what the mobile phone is capable of and the kind of phones the young people are carrying. You know, I meet a young person in school, I see the phone, I'm like, wow, like this phone can compute, can do so much on the go. And I don't think we have averted our minds enough to what we can use mobile technology for. So it's not the epoch, but I think it's a very good starting point. I was using a Nokia X2 when I was in uni. And I remember how excited I was when I sent my first WhatsApp and all that. And now, I don't think I'm on WhatsApp as much as my mother. So I look at the change that has happened from her saying, no, I'm not going to download this app because they will steal something or all the paranoia around it, to getting to the point where she now accepts this and is a super user. Or when Facebook started, I can promise almost every major pastor was against it. I heard sermons about how it was the devil's work. And now I look back and there is no church that doesn't have a Facebook page. So technology is such that usually for engineers, we should be the first adopters because we understand and we can look at the possibilities, but we need to find relevant use cases such that even the detractors become your promoters. And perhaps that is what Daniel alluded to earlier. So it's just a tool, but it comes down to how we use it. So now there's natural language processing. ChatGPT is creating all sorts of use cases with it. Locally, I'm not sure what it translates into for the engineering students. It shouldn't be just how you cheat out of your homework. It should push the way you think. Engineers are supposed to be the curious bunch. You know, when Daniel was talking about don't hide yourself, I was just saying myself, oh my gosh, he knows us so well. When I was interviewing 10 years ago for my role, I told my boss, so you know, I'm a back office person. I do the work, then you go and do the meetings. You take the shine, I'm fine. I just want back office. And he agreed. And I signed my contract. Yeah. And then the first day, he sent me to a meeting. So I think that when we think around the things we can do and own the solutions and step out there, we do a lot more with technology than what is possible now.
We could actually do a lot more with technology than what we think now. One thing I took from you, Mid Solace, is that we should embrace technology and adopt it. When Facebook and all of these apps that we all use now came, most of us Africans were kind of hesitant.
Although engineers do logos. So, I'm in the right place. One of the things that has gotten me kind of a little wondering why everybody's pushing STEM, STEM, STEM instead of pushing STEAM. I personally, my curriculum, if I choose to go ahead and teach that, would be called STEAMed. Are creators, first and foremost. So if you throw away the creative, then the technology, science, engineering, and math don't have a foundation to work with. It's the visionary, the creative, that gives the foundation. Engineering is the way. Make things spark. They make things come alive. So we can't throw the baby out with the bath water. We need to include our artists, our creatives, and our design thinkers. Okay, so he said the D was digital. I like that. But my D is design thinking. We need to help our young people think about how that design is going to manifest. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Habiba. I believe the largest platform where you're able to educate people mostly is in the educational institutions like the university. And as part of today's topic, we are talking about engineering. And I can imagine a computer science student writing codes on paper and being graded for it. It's something I totally not really agree with is because if we really want to advance as a continent and a country, we should check all of these. Because if you text your code and it's not working, then you are motivated for another solution. But if it is written on paper and it is marked for, I think as a continent, we are not going to go far. And then one of the institutes or one of the platforms where we are able to really appreciate STEM is, for instance, the National Science and Math Quiz. I mean, everyone here, no matter where you are, if you see your school on the National Science and Math Quiz, you are happy and you cheer them. But as part of engineering that we're talking about today, imagine that these students stand for this National Science and Math Quiz are not only solving chemistry and physics questions, but most of the questions that are thrown to them are made for them to think critically and solve questions or solve real-time questions and produce solutions and not just answering chemistry and mathematical questions. And then one of the things that I would like to leave to our educational pointers here or those who make educational policies is, are they really preparing us, the students, for the past or the future? So if they sit to discuss the curriculums that we have to learn in the university, are entries that everything they ask us to learn, are they actually preparing us for the past, the future? Thank you.
Yeah, so none of us are education people, so I can't speak for that, but pardon? But I wanted to say that education really doesn't end with the university. It just starts the foundation. So, for instance, I work in a software engineering company. I manage about 20 programmers. I wrote C++ on paper. But now I manage engineers who code in Python and Kotlin. When we started, we were doing PHP. No education is going to prepare you for the fast evolving industry. There is a mindset you must have to succeed. That is, I work with what I have and I learn to improve to what I need to be. So let me give you an example. We did telecom engineering in school. And the way my professor described it, there are two core components in the infrastructure, the VLR and the HLR. My professor said, you know, when you move from one area to another, the cell sites, the VLR is when you move from your home cell site to another cell site. And the HLR is your original. And you know, it was very easy to believe because those times our phones used to show the site you were connected to. Now you don't see it. But if I was here, whatever mast my phone connects to was showing on my phone. So I believed it. Then my first year in Vodafone, I visited a cell site. And I want to show that I learned in school. So he's showing me the cabinet. I said, hey, where's the VLR and the HLR? He said, there's nothing like that here. I'm looking at him like, so I remember what I learned. And when he describes what it is, because later I get to work in that field, it is like millions away from what my professor described. But the basic understanding was the same. So do not expect that what we learn in school when we come out will be the same. My industry has changed in the last 10 years. Imagine, by the time you finish school, a lot of the programming languages we are talking about will probably also change. So you learn. And that is the mindset we must have. Okay? So you do well with what you have. There is a certain skill set and engineering training gives you in how to solve problems in how to look at the variables, in how to understand how the systems work, and either improve it, you get it, or apply it in a better way. That is the fundamental training I think we should be looking for.
So I know Daniel also wants to add his 2 cents, and I'm going to add mine. And it's to really say that all knowledge has value, okay? Whenever, there's so many things I've done in life that have used 5 or 10 years after, something that would be completely unrelated to something that I was doing at the time I did it. To Daniel's point, that when you're doing something, do it as if it's your last job, whether it is cleaning the toilets, right? So when your parents send you to go and clean the toilet, clean that toilet as if it's the last toilet in this world, right? Whether it's cleaning the toilet or it is writing a new program, think about it. Think about it when you're cleaning the toilet. You look at the toilet and you think, how could I make that toilet, 1, better for people to use, 2, easier for me to clean, so that when someone has to clean it, it's easier to clean. So when I see toilets with all these curves and things around them, I'm like, this person has never cleaned the toilet before, because he will not design a toilet like that, right? So to the point that what you learn in school is just the first step. Your mind, the creativity, your curiosity should be what should be driving you. And bringing that into the real world of TikTok now. As you are watching TikTok, you shouldn't be watching TikTok just to see what someone and entertaining you. You should be dissecting what they are doing. First of all, what are they doing that is making you watch it? Right? And keep watching it and keep coming back. 2, how did they program it? What can I do? Could I do it on my phone myself? What can I do differently? How can I make mine better than others so people watch me and I am not watching them? That's what you should be doing. And that's what education does. And that's what an engineer also does.
Hello, my lady. Thank you for bringing my past to the present. I've also been in the same shoes in UCC, where I read the C# book. Those is dummies. You see that book? It's a 1,027-page book, and we're supposed to write a quiz the following week. And guess what? You do the C# and the C++. Only to be told on the day of the quiz. And if anyone have been to UCC or studied in UCC, we write mostly our quizzes are done. We got there, waiting to write the paper, and once again, we're coding on paper. For lecturer to come and tell us that, oh, he was testing us if we are ready. Hello. You don't have the laptop, you are coded on paper. So even if there's a bug, how would you correct the bug? You've learned it, now they said they were just testing you. But what I picked from there is, in the broader sense, is the university or the educational system is an avenue for you to express yourself with other people, appreciate other people, and how you can fine-tune yourself to do what you want to do. And I leave with this. Formal education, as Jimron says, is for a living. Self-education is for a fortune. It means that personal development is you. If you are here, you don't have a personal mission statement, kindly recorrect yourself and do that. And also, my dad always tell you that what is chasing you defines the speed you go. So if it's a lazy dog chasing you, it influences the way you run, right? If it's a lion, how would you run? Fast, right? And if it's a cheetah, how would you run? So therefore, ask yourself, what is chasing you? If you really want to be in the space that you are in, what is your driving force to trigger the intent and the approaches you want to do certain things? Most of us operating now, I've not even used what we studied in school. I did maths, economics, and computing. But I'm using the principles within all these conversations and all these lessons to do what? To apply to my real time. So if we are talking, I can decode the macro conversation into smaller bits and pick it from there. So don't be discouraged as to how the educational system is. In as much as we've moved from the industrial kind of conversations way back, in how education was brought, it's taken a while for it to evolve. And now that we're in Education 4.0 and all that, it is you, the individual. So one of the things I used to say, just to wrap up, is when I was in UCC, and if you mean to UCC for the entrance, let me use UPSA. I always tell my friends that let us all walk, not take a car, walk from our dormitory or classroom to the entrance and stand outside the entrance facing the school and ask yourself one question. In the advent where your school closes down or they say go home for whatsoever reason, what one thing are you going home with? And what can you make use of what you've accumulated over the period? What are you going to use it for? And those of us in the Christian space, Moses was asked, what is in your hand? So now that you are certain what is in your hand, that is what to feed you. That's what to create the value for you. That's what will bring you to the table of men. If you're able to hone that and be reliant on the educational system, then we'll see you tomorrow because the feature started yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you.
He talked about the table of men. Please, it's the table of everyone. Men is just,
Thank you so much for your intellectual responses. Since we have an educationalist in our midst, I would kindly ask Professor Elsie Kaufman for her voice. Please add your voice to this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was trying to stay here quietly and listen to everything, but you've drawn me into it. I would like to address the young lady. When you talk about education, some responses have already come to you. What we normally teach you in class is the fundamentals. We cannot predict everything that is going to be happening and then teach you details of everything in the time that you will be happy to graduate. It's not possible. So, for example, let me use myself. This semester, I'm teaching engineering design to biomedical engineering students, design and selection of biomaterials. That's what we are talking about. When I go to class, I tell them I'm talking generalities because I cannot talk about the full scope of problems you are going to be meeting. So I talk about the fundamental principles, but every student in there is part of a team and is working on a course project that gives them an opportunity to apply the concept. The more you apply the concepts, the better you get at using that knowledge to do something useful. And I tell my students, even when you go to a course and there is no project, it is your responsibility to find a project yourself. You see? So you go to class and you are programming on paper. If you have access to a computer, what stops you from taking that thing forward and doing it yourself and checking it out? You don't need the course lecturer to be present before you learn. Let's start taking our education into our own hands. We have realized that what we are producing for you, the way it is now, we are not catching up with the pace at which the world is changing. It is your responsibility to take some of those fundamentals and move forward. Now, as you also mentioned the National Science and Math quiz, let me educate you a little bit. It is quiz program, quiz. It will not solve all the problems of Ghana or Africa. It is a quiz program with specific objectives. It started 30 years ago. This year will be 31 years. At the time, how many people wanted to study science? It was not popular. It was not exciting. Nobody wanted to do it. And yet, by the way, for a very long time, Ghana has wanted to have a 60-40 breakdown in science versus humanities at the university level. If we can't get people to take up science as a subject, how will we ever reach that? By the way, at this point, we still haven't reached it. Okay, so it had a purpose to get people excited about science, to have them want to do it at a higher level, to become the engineers that we are talking about today that we want. And then also to help people to think fast, to think critically, for old students to support their schools and other objectives. When we appear on that show, questions are asked, answers. The longest that you will have on the regular round is 30 seconds. How do you solve a world problem in 30 seconds? And it is this format which has engaged people. Everybody is watching because it's fast-paced, right? It's exciting. The organizers of the program tried, and they are still doing it, a STEM fair where they give a problem for a longer period. How many of you know about it? Please raise your hand. How many know about this? One person. It has not caught on. So the same people that are demanding for those types of problems to be solved will not patronize it because it's not fast-paced. It's not exciting. So what do? Please analyze the questions, even the quiz questions, 10 seconds, 30 seconds. It has changed significantly. Now, the thinking you have to do to be able to answer some of those questions, it's very application biased. We are listening to the comments, and so before speaking, do a little bit of analysis yourself. Okay, that's what I'll have to say. And yes, no knowledge ever goes waste. In my engineering design class, I ask them a question, and I tell them, the problems in the real world don't have a course code, right? So the problem you receive, the real life problem you are trying to solve, you need a bit of physics, you need a bit of chemistry, you need biology, you need mathematics. You need all of those things. If you haven't learned them well, how then do you take them and apply them to a complex real problem? You need to study all those things well. So the foundation is also extremely important. That's what we build on. Thank you very much.
So much, Professor. The foundation is also very important. That's what we all build on. So we round up with this. I'm very sure we have all learned so much about engineering, and we are all at this time going to take it to heart. And if you didn't take any notes, I would like to pinpoint some of the few things our honorable speakers mentioned. So please, if you don't have a personal mission statement, please get one. Mr. Daniel mentioned that to us. And also, you'd have to embrace and adapt technology as it comes in. Yes, also know that there are more potentials in engineering, and there is hope for you. So please, if you are reading engineering or if you are hoping to read engineering, please don't lose hope. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, gentlemen and ladies.
Okay, hi.
Photo. Photo. So, just to remind us all, we are celebrating the 25th anniversary of National Society of Black Engineers in Ghana. So, next NSBE Ghana is 25 years, and we are climaxing a year-long celebration of activity. I'm happy that we are learning a lot, and like ended up with have a personal mission statement as a young person. It's very, very important. And then take your education into your own hands. Honestly, that's the truth of the matter. And then universities are for universal knowledge. What you become is not necessarily about what you study in the university. It's about building yourself, having a personal mission and vision for yourself and your life. So I want to encourage our young people. And then don't see, I think one of the speakers mentioned that don't think that the name of the course that you graduate with in the university would be the job that you would do after school. I think one of the speakers mentioned that if you were listening to it. When you go, you can study so the courses that you study, but the jobs out there does not bear that name. I hope you understand. There's no job called political science. For instance, I studied political science. There's no job called that. But it's what you become when you study that course that would help you to become who you really have to be. Like I said, for the past few days, in commemorating or finalizing or climaxing the 25th NSBE anniversary here in Ghana, we have been engaging in different activities. Yesterday, for instance, we were at Accra, where we, have adopted the community called Accra in the Eastern region. And what happens is that the schools there are introduced to STEM. They are introduced to engineering. They are introduced to science. And the executive director of NSBE tells me that activity has actually whipped interest in the students, especially in science, but also in all other aspects of academics. It makes education exciting and not everyday classroom learning. And so for us to continue, we'll be taking a short video of our activities in Accra. So the AV team, please help me. Can we play the video now?
Yeah, hello. My name is Abdullah Imuru. I'm the Executive Director of National Society of Black Engineers. I want to talk to you about our community engagement with NSBE. As our mission statement speaks, to increase the number of culturally responsible Black engineers to be able to impact our community positively. In this mission statement, we've taken this initiative to a small community called Okrakojo, which is not far from Accra. Our volunteers have been working since 2018. This year, we're there for 2 weeks to be able to encourage the youth, to help them, support them to write their BEC exams, and also to guide them to be able to take career pathways in STEM. We've been doing this for 4 years running, courtesy the support of Cummins and other companies. We're inviting organizations, we're inviting companies, individuals who believe in STEM as an ingredient in building nations to join us to do this in other communities. We want to take this further because we have a lot of deprived communities like Okrakojo in the country. We want to take it further to every corner of the country to lift up the youth of those communities so that they'll be able to have a fair share of education and then to pursue STEM careers in science, technology, engineering, and the mathematics. Thank you.
My name is Ferdinand Hassan. I'm Executive Assistant at NSBE Ghana, and my job includes managing operations for the organization and also devising programs that help to power the mission of NSBE Ghana. I think the most important part of the mission for me is the part about positively impacting the community. I believe that everybody in all that we do, whatever we do, we should definitely be looking to positively impact our community. And that is why at NSBE Ghana we've devised programs like the Vacation Engineering Experience for Kids, which takes volunteers who are usually university students from various universities across Ghana to communities like Accra, where they train students for a couple of weeks in science principles. And we do this practically, so the students get an opportunity to learn these principles practically in a way that they don't normally do during normal school hours.
My name is Julius Owusu, a final year petrochemical engineering student from Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, the Vice President for the National Society of Black Engineers KNST chapter, and then the Project Associate for VIC 2021. VIC, which is Vacation Engineering Experience for Kids, is a program that is organized for less privileged communities to help the kids with engineering experience and also prepare the final year BEC students for their BEC examination. Preparation for this year's program involved the call for volunteers, where they were interviewed, and then the selected volunteers were oriented for this year's program. For the past 2 years, and then the results that we have received shows that we have made impact on this community, and so we are willing and then ready this year to give our very best to help this year's students excel in their BEC examination. And so we use this opportunity to thank the King, his elders, the teachers, NSBE Ghana and students for this opportunity to actually impact this community.
I am Madam Gan Rebecca Anyele. I am the head teacher of Accra JHS. And for the past year, since 2019, we have the volunteers, the black engineers in our midst. Their presence in the school is very enormous. Whenever they are around, they change the tone of the school because the students are very conversant with the teachers. So when they see them as visitors around, they comport themselves, they cooperate with them, and then it helps them to prepare very well for the BECE examination. In fact, their presence has improved teaching and learning, and then it has had effects on the BECE results. For example, last year, 2020, we had our best students getting aggregate 17 and reading science in Ekwapimai Senior High. The previous year's best student had 21. So there has been an improvement since they are visiting the school. And then we hope in future their visits will have more impact on the students, the final year students or the candidates in the coming years.
I'm Isa Baba Kamelat, 11 exams.
My name is Elisha Mensan Agbota, a teacher of Accra DAGHS. I teach English language. And you were with us from 2019. And what I can say is, in fact, the program is very good. It's helping us so that, or helping teachers to achieve whatever you want to achieve. The most important thing that I've learned about you is that when one of you is teaching, others go around monitoring how the lesson is going on. Though you don't come, you come nearest to the BEC and then to help prepare the Form 3s. It's a good move that you have done and you are doing. I want to thank the organizer or the organizers, that the chief, Nana Dr. Ogunu Aye, the leaders of the program, the NSBE, the school authority, and other leaders who Nana's wife for making this program a success. I want to also suggest that if it could be possible, that to come at least 2 or 3 weeks before the BEC, it will also help, so that our children can perform, especially in the math, science, and ICT, so that at the end of it all, we'll be having a very good grade. I thank you very much.
Mr. Vinyande, the Director of Finance for NSBE Ghana. Having been around to see this project that we've termed Vacation Engineering Experience for Kids since its inception in 2018 till now, I would say we've achieved quite a lot. From the first camp where we ran things directly from our pockets till now that we are getting some sponsorships. I would say the impact on the community too was hugely felt, especially in the year 2020, where out of about 34 students that were registered, they got about 99% placement in senior high school, and this is for a community that couldn't even boast of about 70%, even 50% was a stretch for them. So going forward, I think we need to all come on board with the help we can offer, because there are a lot of communities in Ghana, like Accra, where we've held about 3 of these programs. So if we can get companies, individuals, and bodies alike to come together and help support us for this work that we do, I don't think it takes much. Our budgets are usually not that high, because these communities don't need too much. We just need to cater for the volunteers that are going. These are usually tertiary students. On their vacation, they extend their period, and then they come and train these kids. They can come and teach these kids some of these principles in engineering, because at the core of our mission statement is to give back to the community, and that's what we intend to do with this project. So if you're an individual out there, you're a corporate body, and then you want to sponsor us, reach out to us, send us an email via admin or at NSBEGH, admin at nsbegh.org, and somebody would be at the other side to respond to you. Thank you very much.
Give them a round of applause. I heard most of you murmuring, laughing. Those behind me were so excited. You don't know the role these things play in the lives of our sisters and brothers in the various communities. That is why NSBE is committed to make sure that they make education, especially in science, very attractive to our brothers and sisters, no matter where you are. And the truth of the matter is that for any activity to be successful in any community means the community head is supportive of that activity. And so NSBE is very, very privileged to have the chief of the community in full support. And I am so honored to be introducing to you all the chief of Accra. He goes by the name Nana Oyadieye Dr. Ahunu Aye Abebi III. Give him a round of applause. The chief is doing excellent. He's not coming right now. Hold on. Don't rush him. He's also known as Dr. Kwabena Amankwa Aye. And the chief of Accra Kojo in Ekriapem is a senior staff at the World Bank Group with an extensive educational background, including degrees from UNISA, Oxford, MIT. He has published widely on engineering system and sustainable development. So no matter your educational pedigree, you should go back to the community. The chief serves as an example to all of us. Nana has held various academic and professional positions, including advisor roles and television program hosting on urban planning and development. His career spans mining, academia, investment banking, sustainable development, making significant contributions to urban infrastructure and policy reforms in South Asia, Latin America, and Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, Nana will be ushered in by a young lady. So, with the help of the AV team, please, my lady, help me usher in Nana.
Greetings to my NSBE family in Ghana. I am so excited that NSBE
Yeah, good everybody. Yeah, thank you so very much for this very wonderful warm welcome. And I should be frank and honest. Listening to some of the discussions led by Mr. Daniel Owusu, Prof. Elsa, and others has been very exciting for me. We come from the same fraternity, and as engineers, oftentimes becomes too academic. Today, we are hearing the need for us to be a little bit more footloose, in the sense that we need to look at what we learn as a beginning point. It's very necessary for us to move forward. I want to start by thanking Mr. Umaru Abdallah, the Executive Director, for this very important invitation, but most importantly for the friendship and relationship he's managed to cultivate with Accra Kojoman as a community, small, tiny little community that started out as a hamlet, and today we call it a small town. It's still a village, nonetheless. I'm a product of that small village, and they know the village, they've seen the schools. What you see there as new buildings were put up by people like us who gave back. During our time at school, we had thatched roof under which we had our education. When it rained, people put their books on their head, and others like us hid our books in our school uniforms and turn our back so the water will fall on our back and not destroy our books. For some reason, life and systems turned on and took us to places that have definitely made us very, very excitingly, exciting. It's a very important partnership that will help us to build the future of our youth at Accra Kojo. The interest in science and science education starts, I think, at the primary school level. Oftentimes, in our very, very rural areas where teachers are few and far in between, you find grace in a few teachers who become very interested in the few children who show progress or promise. Progress, promise are two very important, significant aspects to what becomes the training of the rural school child. And that, unfortunately, limits the opportunities for majority of the children and how they would actually progress and advance. And for some of us, it was people like that, one teacher who would look around the whole crowd and pick 2 or 3, 4 kids and then start to encourage them. During our days, we used to write what we call the nations in order to get to secondary schools. And I quite remember at the age of 10, a teacher, I was in primary 5 at the time, and a teacher saw me and said, look, just because you are going to be a good mathematician, I want you to write the common entrance exam. I hadn't heard about it before. And those days in Accra Kojo, our nearest exam center was at Edukrom, and we normally walked 8 kilometers. It was 8 miles actually, more than 8 kilometers. So to go to Edukrom, we have to walk. And we used to go to Edukrom for, entertainment. When it was Ojura Festival, we will walk the distance. At age 7, 8, 9, 10, we walk. Dodging the vehicles that came past and flying on the roads to get there. However, he had a purpose and wanted me to try to write a common entrance examination just after I turned 11. It was just try and error. And I did try, and luckily passed the common entrance examination. Admission was to a school far away. My parents wouldn't allow me to travel far from home. We are twins, and I was going to leave my twin brother back home. And my mother wasn't comfortable with that. So instead of going to Cape Coast, where I had gained admission, admission to St. Augustine's College. First attempt, I was sent to a school close by at Zoom, and Tech became what trained me to be what I wanted to be. And thank God, because of the science and technical combination, I had a chance to look beyond what it was that others would probably do in a normal stream or whatever. I had a chance to do technical drawing, engineering designs, and that built in me the exciting, passion to chase after engineering and science-related subjects. I still got my way when old man couldn't stop me. After O-levels, with God's grace, got admitted finally to St. Augustine's College, which was my passion. My place wanted to be. And so I went to sixth form, and the rest, they say, is history. Came to University of Ghana Medical School. University's closed. My uncle wasn't willing to let me stay back, and went off to the UK, ended up at Oxford University, mathematics, philosophy. And my uncle said, what would you be doing with mathematics and philosophy? He was a lawyer. Jackie Rackham was the name, former director of public prosecutions in Ghana. But long story short, I ended up doing civil engineering, and I loved it. Went off and joined some very important organizations like the African National Congress. Joined the Mkonto Isizwe, that's the armed wing of African National Congress. And left my scholarships at Oxford University to go to University of the Witwatersrand in Johannesburg, South Africa, where I did my first master's. And in the process, underground work to topple apartheid. So as a freedom fighter, we had things to do. Eventually rose through the ranks in South Africa to become an economic advisor to Nelson Mandela. Worked from his bedroom in his office for 2.5 years. Why am I narrating this? From a small village in a tiny place nobody knew about. People ask you, so where is Okrakojo? And friends will laugh at you. My tribal language is Trepon. And they used to, at Augustus, the Fantis would say, it was a joke and we used to laugh at that. So the first term exams results came out, lower 6. And then they came looking they were annoying. Our bush boy, how did you get the highest mark in mathematics and stuff like that? God is able to do wonders, but we need teachers with dedication. And thank God, throughout the various stages, we have met teachers with so much dedication to get things to work out. And then along the path, we have found friendships like the one we have with NSBE. So, Mr. Abdallah Moro, want to mention here today that first conversation with my wife, who was with him at Ghana Commercial Bank, triggered a very, very important, reaction. I had just been made chief, 2016. And 2017 results at Okrakojo, the head mistress was talking about 2021. So you heard aggregate 17. At the time in 2017, the best grade was, I think, around aggregate 31. And mathematics, I'll give you the number here. Mathematics was, the pass rate for mathematics at the time was 8.5% and 11.3% for science. And that was the sort of, situation we found ourselves in at Okrakojo. Before then, I had come to help build the school, the classroom block that I went through. I came to break it down. It was still a mud house with a thatched roof. I broke it down, got some, my team rather helped to let it build it for the students. Block building. And on the passing of my mother, because of all the heartaches I gave her, I ended up building a library for a place for the children to retire from school and go back to learn, and put an ICT center. For the first time in the village, we had a center with 15 computers that I brought back from the States. And thanks to a personal friend, Mr. Sam Abua, may he rest in peace, he provided the internet connection. I'm proud to say out of that, even if my students didn't get the full benefit, every teacher at Okrakojo at the time got a chance to use the ICT system to go through their upgrading themselves. They all got degrees, some from Cape Coast University, majority from Winneba University, and their campuses at Koforidua became a birthplace for my teachers. It was good to hear and learn about all of those things, but I wanted a lot more for my children. And that, I think, is where our next generation of teachers came in. And thank God the government started posting more teachers, better qualified teachers. During my time, for my primary school, we had 2 teachers who had completed training college. Every other person was a pupil teacher. Maybe some of you are too young to understand that system. But a pupil teacher means you've completed middle school living certificates, passed well. Parents couldn't take you far away, so you were brought to the primary school to come and teach. And you didn't have any teacher training at all. So you can imagine the pedagogy and the didactics that came through were not just the best. But those were the teachers we had. And one of those trained teachers from Piki Training College was the reason I am where I am today. And I honor his name, Mr. Nyahe, GSK Nyahe. Saw the potential and tapped into it. But I think the key I'm trying to get to is that if we go back to our homes and make or provide support, partnership is so critical, because without it, I'm going too far very quickly. And this NSB relationship that started with us in 2018 has been very transformational. Thank God. The head teacher you saw left, a new one came in her place, and of course the partnership had started. And they will tell you, it's not a big place. These volunteers are students at Tech and various other universities, Accra Technical University and so on and others. And they come to a small village, and even a place to stay. Some of the rooms don't have cement and stuff like that. The palace became a dormitory for them. I'm sorry to say this, but that was all we could offer. And my wife would come from Accra at the beginning, cook food, and carry the food to Okrakojo, because there was nowhere they could go and buy food for themselves. Majority of them were used to campus life. Yeah, you go and study, and you go somewhere to a cafeteria or small little place and get some food to eat. Here is a case where you needed to sit down and now cook. So we gave them a very, very hard time, pushed them through learning to live in the village when some of them were born in Accra, schooled in Accra, went from Accra, Presec, and now they are in a small village. Sometimes the electricity doesn't work. To get them water, you need a borehole. To get a borehole to work, you need electricity. Sometimes the electricity is not on, so the borehole is not there to pump the water. They have to use the river water. Very dirty. And it was tough and difficult for them. Frankly, I didn't think they would last a year. But to the glory of God and thanks to them and their commitment, the relationship continued and still continues. So I stand here as a proud chief of Okrakojo to honor NSBE for the work they've done in our community to transform the community. Mr. Farr, a couple of them have all done so much hard work. But started by saying our best grade was grade 31 in 2017. It has moved on and it's gotten better. But the interesting part of it is the statistic I want to share with you today. In the Accra district, we used to be part of Akwapim North district, now we are part of Accra district. They normally hold what they call the school performance assessment meetings, every year. And this year, I'm very proud to say, when they held the meetings, our headmistress is here. Auntie Dela, a wave please. Together with our indefatigable Mr. Agbota, who is also here with us. And the children, you probably would have seen some of them in photos and all, managed to actually top the district in various areas. Most importantly, for Nifa Secondary School, our premier high school, the performance in the WASEC examination results was 12.4% pass rates in mathematics. 12.4%. Accra Kojo in 2017 had 8.5% and 11.3%. This year, I'm proud of Mr. Moro and his team and the work they've done, that they've managed to lift Accra Kojo maths and science up to 100% at the BECE for mathematics and 95.7% for integrated science. Thank you. Thank you so much. There is so much more work to do. And for the first time, we have better passes in mathematics than in TREE, in English, in economics, in French, in Arabic, in fact, even in ICT, thanks to their hard work. So engineering matters. It matters a lot that we look to helping the children to become thinkers. And I think the thinking part of it is what up well on morning, this very important conversation with this group. Because for engineering, what we learn at school is just the foundation, the starting point. And I think Professor Elsie made that, point very clearly. Mr. Wusu, thanks for bringing the entrepreneurial aspect to it. Because it is what you know, but how you sell it becomes so important and so critical. And so those of us in the development world, I manage about $9.78 billion of infrastructure work in South Asia. And so I have about close on 720 engineers working under me that I have to make sure that the money is moving, but not the money, the quality of the dams, the highways, office buildings, the schools, the colleges, and so on. The health centers are done and done properly. It's one thing to build the center, it's another thing to run it. And if you don't run it properly, it runs down. This is the whole truth. And so today I want us to focus a little bit on what NSBE has been able to inculcate in my children at Accra Kojo. Every time I come, I make time to go and visit them at the school. I want to see them changing. And you begin talking to them, and today they are beginning to talk about things that are innovative in my ear. When a child begins to talk about wanting to be a computer scientist and goes on from Accra Kojo, small tiny village, to gain admission to Kwapama Secondary School and ends up at KNUST or University of the Tamale Resorts, UDS. That is, for us at Accra Kojo, is magic. Parents don't even believe it. One parent was asking me, is it true that Hamza is at UDS doing computer science? I'm like, yeah, I think so. I want you to come and visit Hamza with us. One of these days, I want to travel to Tamale to visit him. And I'll put you in my car. Let's go and see him. So you believe what you hear. Because our days when we went to University of Ghana Medical School, some guy came to our village to say, they are just learning to dance at University of Ghana. Not at medical school. Just to hear those things. But I want to change this narrative for our parents in the village today, because this work that is being done is transforming the thinking of the children and where they think science can take them. And I believe and hope that with this partnership that is sponsored by several very important agencies like Cummins and so on and others and all the partners of NSBE, we shall definitely change the rural setting and the rural situation for our children. Key is the way teachers in the schools accept this very new change They are posted with positions and they are paid for the job. Now you bring in people to say, oh, they are coming in to help prepare the children for examination. So then what is their role? It takes a real heart and a real, genuine belief in support for people to accept that. And that's why Auntie Dela and Mr. Gbota here are my kingpins in the school. Short conversations with them, and I want them, please give them applause for me. They've taken our conversation far. Parents believe children have to have free education. So they don't buy books. The school uniforms are torn. They don't buy them. The books that are, no, even if you have PTA fees, that is sanctioned to be paid. No, they don't pay. Teachers are using their salaries sometimes to pay for some educational teaching materials. And so when Abdallah and the team takes my kids, or take my kids out of Accra to Accra Technical University to begin seeing real experiments and how they are performed, for me, it is music. Great music. Maybe it's Agbaja, I want to dance for you now. Maybe it's something else. But the keys, they have introduced the children to a different perspective and a different view. And so, children are beginning to talk about, I want to be an engineer. In the past, what child understood the word engineer? So it's not the teaching alone, but the motivation. The fact that they come there, they try to bring in new ideas and get the children to, better understand what can be done. So you are blessed from Odogono Secondary School. Welcome. And I'm happy to see all of you bright-eyed. It's exciting. But yesterday, on Thursday at Okrakojo, they brought some robotic team. Yesterday, people came to the palace talking. You can imagine the number of primary school kids that went chasing after one, what was it again? A drone. Oh, maybe they thought they could catch the drone in the sky, But for us, it's exciting that they see things like this because it begins to open their own imagination for something that otherwise wouldn't exist at all. And so when I say what they are doing is changing and transforming my village and my people, I know where I'm going. And now all the villages under me, as all those villages down south in the Akwapim region, I want to bring the children to a STEM center. Hopefully, my hope and aspiration is for them to help us look at putting up a STEM building with equipment and material that will become a center for all the schools, about 14 junior high schools in our area, to come in and come and learn something new. So what I'm trying to do is acquire the land and look at partnerships to build a STEM center to bring STEM closer to our community. It is possible, it is doable, and I know with time and God's own blessing, this will definitely happen. But we thank all of you for supporting NSBE. What they are doing is unique in the country, and their support to a small rural village like Okrakojo is changing hearts and minds towards science. The future of our country, for better for worse, is going to do much better with more students. The combination here, they talk about 60%, 40% for science and maths. That we have not been able to achieve after 30 years. That is pain, huge pain. Other countries have succeeded big time. South Korea, Singapore, our own India, Bangladesh. I could go on and on and on and on. I know it is possible. And Dr. Elsie, I watched your program a lot. I thank you so much for challenging our children to making them think innovatively. The questions, I think, are unique and very, very helpful. For some of us from far, we always want to see St. Augustine's College win. We don't all the time, but that's something else. Soon the text should come in some other time, I think. And then the schools will support. In the first secondary school, Kwapimang, that will put all our funds behind. Briggles and all, Presec, we want them to also win. So, great job. But we also want to see in the rural areas a little bit of an establishment of a center that will bring the schools around to that place to help them to advance the course of engineering, science, technology, and mathematics. Thank you so very much for this opportunity, and I look forward to the following engagements. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nana. An incredible job in the corner where you are, and we celebrate you today. Please, let's celebrate Nana once again. He's a true leader worth emulating, and he is so passionate about his community and ready to support the community in any way possible. So let's celebrate him the last time. I'm so encouraged by what he's doing at Accra Kwejo. As young people, we should aspire to use whatever opportunity we have to also impact into the lives of people, no matter where we find ourselves. It's important that we dwell on community development so that we can reach everybody irrespective of your economical background, the village or town that you are in. So, as we continue to empower Africa's engineers, we are going to continue to have more messages and thought-provoking conversations. And we are moving on to the next session, where we have an innovator, educator, an inspirer. How many of us are entrepreneurs over here? Do we have some tech entrepreneurs here? Okay. How many of us wish to go into entrepreneurship? Wonderful. How many of us have an idea that we wish we had the support to bring it to life, to turn your idea into an innovative product. So this moment, we have somebody who has been doing that. So he's going to share with us how you, as young people, as people who are interested in entrepreneurship, as people who are interested in empowering Africa through the solutions that you build. At the intersection of innovation and empowerment, one leader is redefining the landscape of African engineers and entrepreneurs. As the executive director of Tech Futures, he is dedicated to providing Black founders worldwide with crucial education in social entrepreneurship and design thinking, thereby fostering a new generation of impactful leaders. Concurrently, in his role as head of technology, transfer, and innovation at Tunis State University, he is instrumental in shaping intellectual property strategy, new venture creation, and economic empowerment initiatives. With a Bachelor of Science in Engineering from Tennessee State University, we spans roles such as the president of Trust Engineering Consulting Group and engineering positions at major companies including Apple, BP, and Nuclear Fuel Services. His unique expertise and commitment to empowering African engineers and entrepreneurs underscores his pivotal role in driving technological and social progress. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to introduce you all to the vision behind as a social entrepreneurship, which is supporting young people from bringing their ideas to vision. Help me celebrate Robert Turner as he comes on the stage to share with us insights and strategies to turn our ideas to life. Please celebrate him better.
All right. Thank you so much. Esteemed guests, speakers, definitely honored to follow the stage behind you. Thank you so much to Abdullah, Stephen, the executive staff of NSBE Ghana for welcoming me on this long journey across the Atlantic Ocean and welcoming my staff, my team as well. I was asked to speak last night, so in lieu of the 30-minute presentation that I would normally give in this instance, I'll speak personally from my experience, how I ended up here in Ghana, the programs that we've helped to build, and how you all can continue to get involved. So I want to start with a quote that always resonated with me as a student when I was an undergraduate, that entrepreneurship is the pursuit of opportunity without regard for resources currently held. And I'll repeat that again. Entrepreneurship is the pursuit of opportunity without regard for resources currently held. And that definition resonated with me so much because it transformed my thinking that entrepreneurship was this process of simply creating a new business, but that anything that I was doing, anything I was putting my efforts behind, I was an entrepreneur, and I was entrepreneurial in pursuing that opportunity. And one reason I say that is because about 7 years ago when I was an undergraduate, my collaborator, my brother, my friend over there, Dr. Isaac Adai, who spoke with the chapter leaders of NSBE yesterday in the strategy session, he actually came to NSBE when I was an undergrad. I think it was my fourth year, and he was finishing his PhD in business, and he had a career as an engineer. And he shared with me shared with us, the NSBE chapter, the possibilities of entrepreneurship as it relates to our engineering career. And that just set in motion this long chain of events that actually led me to Ghana, right, 2 years ago to speak members of NSBE Ghana about the possibilities of entrepreneurship. And, you know, I left, I went to Kumasi, spoke at KNUST, we ran a week-long Innovation Design Challenge, got the chance to spend the day with Dr. Kaufman in her class at the University of Ghana. And, you know, in the years following, the students would reach out to me following that program. A couple of them ended up doing their PhDs in the state, and speaking of how pivotal that moment was. So it really resonated with me that, you know, this work that we're doing is very important. And so my career began at Tennessee State University. I'm a mechanical engineering graduate, NSBE member, worked at Apple, worked at British Petroleum as a pipeline engineer, worked at Nuclear Fuel Services as a process engineer. Actually got a patent when I was working at Apple, published that on LinkedIn. And the reach of that post when I published that reached all the way to Accra, Ghana. And Stephen, on the executive leadership of NSBE Ghana, reached out to me and said, Robert, can you help us design an innovation program, right? We want to create these opportunities for students, for engineers that are already in the workforce to take their ideas to market, put their brain power to use to solve problems that are pressing challenges in Ghana, West Africa, and the entire continent. And, and that was, I think I was about 25 at that time, maybe 24. And I had that experience working at Apple, going through that product design phase. I'd been an entrepreneur from probably when I was about 8, cutting grass to selling anything. But after I graduated, actually, I founded a company. We did HVAC design for residential commercial buildings. That spun into a technology venture where we're actually developing building energy management technology. So all that experience in that rapid amount of time kind of thrust me into this leadership. And I've always learned that to whom much is given, much is required, right? So I took that opportunity. Me and Stephen spent about 2 years building out that program, going through fundamentals of entrepreneurship, product design, and we launched it in 2022. And I've been gracious enough to be welcomed back by NSBE Ghana to run this program again. So we're actually at one of the sponsor organizations, ALX, here in East Legon. We ran that program again earlier this week, and I think the students who participated in that really enjoyed it. And we have plans to expand the program, and we're really passionate about not only exposing your minds to entrepreneurship, but also giving you those tools to see the problems in your community, right? We talked in that class about the commons, right? These aspects of society that we all share. So we need clean air, we need clean water, we need paved roads, we need access to well-maintained infrastructure, right? We need the mechanisms in place to be able to do business, to be able to handle financial transactions in society. We need all these things that make our society flourish, right? And the great thing about entrepreneurship, and we talk about social entrepreneurship, meaning that this idea of going about pursuing opportunity without regard for resources, right? You're doing that for the benefit of your own community. So you're saying, hey, I think I can create this new technology that solves this water problem, that solves this energy problem, that solves this problem in healthcare, right? Then you get those resources. You go out without regard for what the money in your pocket. You go find the money you need. You go find the team. You build the team, and you take this idea to where it needs to be. You get it in the hands. You get it you get it in the space of the people that need to benefit from it the most. And so, as I was going through, this process, I realized that what we were actually creating was a social venture. This was a process of social entrepreneurship because I didn't have that many resources to be able to stand this program up. Didn't have the partnerships, didn't have the connections, but what I did have is the willpower and the desire to see that all of the African minds, right, here in the continent, across the world, are united in the spirit of innovation, in the spirit of creativity, and in the spirit of entrepreneurship and positive social change. So I see us here now on the cusp of this renaissance that Dr. Kaufman described. This is a cultural revolution, right, that I charge you all to participate in and see it just as that, as a revolution, right? We're changing the landscape. We're changing what the workforce, what the social fabric of Africa looks like, what the social fabric of the diaspora looks like. And it's interesting being from the United States because there's so many narratives that we have to tackle with when we look at our history and who we are as a diaspora, right? They say Africa's lacking in the resources, but I look out in the audience and I see Africa's wealth right here in front of me, right? They say that we don't cooperate, we don't organize, but I see now this house united right across the diaspora, and they say that we don't have leadership, but when I look out in the audience, I see leaders in all of you. So I want to thank you. And so, funny story before I conclude. So somebody saw me dressed like this, and they said, what part of Ghana are you from? I never heard that accent before. I'm like, I'm from the U.S. part. But again, right, I charge you to take this this opportunity and find out more about the Innovation Design Challenge between the NSBE leaders. You can find me after I get off the stage as we break, get my information. Me and Stephen and Abdullah are really intentional about scaling this program. We want to see it grow in the continent in Ghana, throughout the continent of Africa, working with my colleague, Dr. Adai, back there to build relationships between black colleges and the universities here in West Africa to be able to formalize these innovation partnerships, trade ideas, complement each other's teams, complement each other's knowledge and skill sets. And so with that, I challenge you to, from the place you are, right, see yourself as an empowered leader. Take on these challenges, recognize the challenges that go on in your community, and I know some of you are going to soar high, you're going to go far and wide, might even leave Ghana, but I hope that you come back and bring that knowledge back that you learn and apply it here and raise the standard of living, raise the echelon and see that Ghana reaches its true potential. So thank you all.
Thank you. Let's celebrate him, his team, for the job that they are doing. Don't forget that this conference is by the National Society of Black Engineers, which is the biggest talent ecosystem of engineers. And we are here to share ideas, network, and then help the younger ones come up with innovative ideas to solve African problems. So today we are all here to learn how to be able to bring our ideas into products that solves our problems. And as we are still focused on empowering Africa's engineering pipeline, I am so excited to be introducing our next speaker. But before I bring our next speaker on stage, and we've been sitting for a very long time, isn't it? We are tired, isn't it? So let's get up briefly and let's do something. We must be tired. Stretch, stretch, stretch. I know engineers love numbers. Is that not so? Is that not so? There is this game I see all around. And since we have a lot of Gen Zs, Gen Alpha people here, and a few millennials and the rest, we could play that game, to inspire our ability to, remember numbers. So there is this game. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3. You know it. Yeah, exactly. Let's shake our bodies. So we're going. Ready? Are you all ready? Those sitting at my far right. And it's only the smart people that get it fast. You have to be smart. Is that not so? Yes, it helps with thinking, paying attention. So let's go. Ready? Go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hey. 8. 8. No, you people are not going according to me. And where are you rushing to? Okay, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 5. 8. 7, 8. 6, 7, 8. 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Clap for yourselves. So I'm happy you've stretched a little bit. Continue our conversations. I hope you are taking notes and learning a lot. From the love of toy cars to actual cars and studying about cars, our next speaker is just a car enthusiast. Since he was a kid, he loved cars. And now that he's grown up, he's old, he's still into cars. We are delighted to introduce an innovator whose expertise is shaping the future of automotive engineering and sustainable transport. With a Master of Engineering in Automotive Engineering and a Master of Design in Design Strategy and Leadership, he brings over a decade of experience to the table. His impressive portfolio includes working on East Africa's first locally built SUV and contributing to the e-mobility strategies of Volvo and SAIC Group. Notably, he spearheaded the expansion of Ampersand, an electric two-wheeler brand, into Kenya. His pivotal role in developing Kenya's e-mobility technical standards and integrating electric vehicles into the National Finance Bill underscores his influence and leadership in advancing the automotive industry. It is with great admiration that I introduce you all to Ian Imbote. Show him love as he comes on stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think I know you've been sitting for long, but good afternoon, everyone. That's better. I'd like to first say happy anniversary to NSBE, and I'm really honored to be one of the people invited to speak today during such a, let's call it, highlight of an occasion. Without further ado, I'd like to say also, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and all present, I hope that I am able to impart at least something you can go away with. Now, people who work with me, people who know me, they know I don't talk too much. I prefer to do, as most engineers will agree with me. We do not like photos, we don't talk that much, but we are not shy. There's a difference there. So, I think, just to expand on what was said, my passion for automotive started when I was a child. And I think we can hear from some of you have crafted a car with bottle tops or had a toy car or, you know, just seen a video of a car, seen a picture of a car. But my fascination was a bit deeper than that. I didn't say, oh, that's a nice car. I said, how does that work? Who made that? Why is this the way it is? And why when you're driving, do you have to turn this or step on that? And it evolved into wanting to study automotive engineering from a very young age. I think I was about 11, 12 when I had settled on what course I was going to study. However, this did not come without its challenges. So as I was, for example, trying to tell members of my family, members of the community, I want to do automotive engineering, they were saying, well, just get a toolbox and become a mechanic. You don't need to go to university to do that. I mean, that did not dishearten me, and I still managed to study the course. However, even when I studied that course, you still realize that there's a lot to, and I think somebody said engineering is difficult. There's a lot to understand more than cram. So one thing I'd like to tell you, as you study, do not cram or study for the sake of studying. Do not say, I know this formula off head and I know how to, you know, write it in 5 minutes or 2 minutes. Make sure that everything you study, everything you pursue, you understand. Engineering is not just theory. Engineering is a pathway to you understanding how to solve complex problems. Does that make sense? You're not just here to, you know, regurgitate numbers and say, this theory, Newton's law is this. I hope you know how to, or you will know how to apply everything you learn into both solving problems, innovating, and in my case, taking risks and being an entrepreneur in various elements. So my journey in entrepreneurship began in Kenya. I had just finished university and I had two options. One is to work in a corporate automotive company, I won't name the name. And the second was to join a very small company, no let's call it, no brand, not a popular company. It was just 4 engineers with a dream to build an African car. And yes, I chose the latter. So I took a risk and said, I will go join this small company. During that time, and I think some of the experience I had is, when you're in corporate, you have a very fixed role. I mean, if I was an automotive engineer, say in Ford, I would be in charge of designing a mirror, or I know exactly what I need to do. But when you're thrown into entrepreneurship, you're not just an engineer. You have to throw in a lot of, let's call it, it's a combination of skills. Not only are you designing more systems, but you're also taking on tasks such as, I need to know how much this costs, I need to know how to budget, prioritize, I need to know who the supplier is, how to produce this part. So from an engineering perspective, you're doing 5 times the work as one person. And if you do that when you're young, or if you do that at any stage in your career, I think it expands you. It tests your limits to, do I really have to focus on just one task, or can I view things from a broader perspective? And entrepreneurship is not beautiful. I mean, you hear highlights, you see things, but sometimes you do encounter challenges. And this is another thing that entrepreneurship teaches you, is grit. When you're faced with hardship, how do you respond? Do you sit down and give up, or do you continue and say that tomorrow is another day? I will learn from my problems, or I'll learn from my downfalls, and tomorrow I'll wake up greater. This was exemplified by, I think, when we designed the car, the first, let's call it iteration, happened to fail. So we were doing a demonstration in front of some key people, and the car we had built did not work. It did not start, the engine had a problem. So you can imagine the embarrassment. You're there, and your boss is looking, my boss at the time is looking at me wondering, why is the car not starting? Anyway, fast forward to today, that car is now on the roads, and I think that was a highlight of just seeing how you wake up and say, tomorrow will be a better day. I then transitioned to design. So I think my background is not just STEM, I'm more STEAM. As has been mentioned, I'm both a designer and an engineer. And in design is where I really learned, let's say, how the automotive industry works. Somebody mentioned, I think Chief Nana, you mentioned that you came from a village. When you think of my industry, and you're a Kenyan, and you're black, and you're an engineer in that field, you're just a boy from a village. Because when I was with all these Europeans, all these Asians, from companies like Jaguar Land Rover, Ford, Toyota, name it, I've worked with probably most of the major car brands in different capacities now, and whenever they saw me, they would be shocked. So you enter a meeting room and they're like, are you here to bring water? Or are you here to clean? They don't know that you're the one presenting. And that was one of the challenges you always have to overcome. Or sometimes when you're trying to submit an idea and they say, what's this boy from Africa saying? Or what is this person from Africa telling us about our industry? So please to take it in stride that you will face challenges, but back to my point, I don't speak much, I do. Your actions will outspeak your words. So it's up to you to determine how you want to carve your future. Lastly, I think I was going to speak on a few other things, but I'll be very brief. I just want to speak to you students and to tell you specifically, let me say, an empathetic view. So right now you're in high school, you're probably deciding, what do I want to study? Everybody's telling me engineer. We're from African households. Let's please be realistic. Everyone says engineer, lawyer, doctor. Think about what drives you, and don't think about it from a study perspective. Think about it from what problems frustrate you in this world today, and how can you solve them? You know, most of those problems. Let's say, for example, my problem was where I come from in Kenya. There was a lot of emission. There was a lot of let's call it. You can't even cycle without exhaust fumes in your face every day. And I said, okay, one day, why don't I just focus my talents on working toward a greener future? You know, and that's how this whole path of EVs came about. Another one is, as has been mentioned, what you study is not exactly what you will work in. And that's why education is more just a pathway for you to solve complex problems. Yeah. Have a technical mind. The good thing with STEM is that it gives you, let's call it the fundamentals of problem solving. You can do a root cause analysis of a problem. You can determine possible failures or anything that caused that, the root cause analysis actually. And from there you determine possible solutions. Those possible solutions now are tackled by you using those fundamentals from education. You don't even have to be a specific engineer, mechanical, electrical. I think right now, as CTO of Wahoo, I work with a broad spectrum of engineers, from embedded systems, electrical, mechanical, design, and fabricators. And all of us come together as one. There's no one above the other, but we solve a problem as a common voice. And that's what I think I need to impart to you as you choose what to study. Think about the problem before you actually say, I'm studying this, and this is the goal for my work. Don't think also about working for someone. Think about creating your own opportunity, and that's why I emphasize, think about a problem you want to solve. You never know. You could be the next, if you look at and I'm not biased to any other profession, but have a look at the top 10 richest people in the world. Majority are engineers. So I'll actually just tell you that. But now, bringing it back to Africa, we export a lot of raw materials, and we import the finished goods. So for example, cocoa goes from Ghana, comes back as nice chocolates that we buy at more expensive prices. Why can't we complete the value chain here in Africa? Why can't we also extend this to talent? We don't only to rely on Western education or Western methods of education. Think about the problem again. Is the problem really solved with a Western tactic, or can you adapt to make it an African-based, from an education perspective, can you make it an African-based solution? And that goes back to curriculum. As Prof here said, is going to tell you what to do, or your professors, your lecturers, they're only here to tell you or give you the fundamentals. If you do not take the extra step, I'm afraid you will not excel. Nobody excelled from just following one path. You have to charter your own path and take that risk. So that would be my parting shot to you. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Anne, for those tips. You followed your passion and your interests, and look at where you are today. I think we are all learning one thing or the other from all our speakers who are sharing. And then I think one thing that we would definitely take from here is the fact that our educational institutions are just supposed to give us like the platform to be able to express ourselves, to dig deeper, expose us to different environments, different ways of thinking. Like I said, you are knowledge. So we ourselves here should, like Prof. Kaufman said, should take your education into your own hands. Thank you so much, Anne. So we are moving on. We'll take a message from the GS Director in Science, Madame Olivia Opare. Okay, if she's not here, we will just move on to the next. Okay, so our next speaker, is somebody who is so much has interest in personal finance. And as engineers, I heard a lot of us saying that you want to become an engineer because of money, like you gain a lot of money. But do you know that money acquired, if not well managed, can fizzle within a twinkle of an eye? Have you thought of how you can manage the little money that you actually have right now so that it can accumulate and expatiate, and there will be incremental dividends on the money? Have you thought of how you can even manage the small money that you have so that you can use it to do big things? As young people, we are so much interested in getting the money. But how do we manage the money that we have received so well so that it can actually even bring us interest, and we can also use it to invest into other profitable ventures? Our next speaker is somebody who is very much interested in personal finance. And aside personal finance, he is also interested in designing. So he has an over-decade experience in design, and he has been working with a lot of fintech institutions, enthusiasts, to build products that helps us to manage our finance properly. So this is the interesting thing about our next speaker. He is a designer, as in the product designer, but he works with engineers to bring their vision to life. So engineers need product designers, like software engineers. They need product designers to bring their visions to life. And this is what our next speaker does. He has been working with engineers and bringing products to life so that we can all use. And today he's also going to talk to us about the products, one of the products that he's developed, which he is a founder, that it's called Chop Money. I know different things come to mind when you hear Chop Money, but I hope our next speaker is able to, prep us our interest and help us to get to know more about this app called Chop Money. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Okatichie Opoku Bedu, the founder of Chop Money. Encourage him with a better round of applause. Celebrate him. You're welcome.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. At this point, I can say my MC has covered everything, because just by the introduction, she told you about personal finance, manage your money, really. She mentioned the investments and all that. One thing I disagree with lightly is she said product designers, we help engineers bring vision to life. On the contrary, without engineers, all we have are ideas to life. Without engineers, all an entrepreneur has is a good idea. It can't come to life if it is going to be a digital product. So please, just so we're on the same page, my job is on the line if engineers are not around. We just have to be on the same. Please don't stop pursuing engineering, or else I'm out of the job. Thank you. All right. To proceed, I can say with some level of certainty that we are all on the personal finance journey. Some of us have looking at the cars parked outside. Some of us don't need the tips at all. We are doing fine. However, some of us are young. We are learning. We are students. Some of us are young professionals. And we may think, oh, I don't have a source of income. But that is not really the case. There are moments where you are a worker, you receive your salary, that's fine. However, you have stipends coming from your parents. Your parents here are your source of income. That money has to be managed. And we've realized that when it comes to personal finance, there are several pillars. We have investments, we have savings, we have loans, insurance, budgeting. And to some extent, I can say we've heard these terms, we've heard how they work. We don't know if we practice, so I'll get to that. Dr. Kwan meant something. She said, Ghana or Africa, we are growing in population, but we are leading in poverty. Why is that the case? Yes, it's easy to say the government is not helping us, but then the government can only do so much. That's what she said. And it's right. They can help us put some structures in place, but they can't cater for each individual's needs. That's why we have to take control of our personal finance, regardless of the amount we make, regardless of how we make it or when we make it. I would like to ask a few questions, and this is going to be interactive and very quick. By show of hands, how many of us save? How many of us have savings account? We put money on. Oh, please. That is great. I see some hands up. What about investments? How many of us have investment accounts? It can be betting if you know what you are. It can be betting. Invest. When I said betting, I'm seeing your hands now. Great. Wonderful. What about budgeting? When I say budgeting here, what I mean is we have people, when the month starts, they say, okay, I'm going to spend this amount on that. I'm going to spend this amount on that. They plan. Some people write it down, some people just think it. So budgeting, how many of us create budgets? Okay, I can see some hands. And now the most important question, which I need us to be frank with each other. How many of us stick to that budget we create for ourselves? Let's be honest. How many of us? Oh, no hands. Is that hand coming up or is going down? Wonderful. So that is a big problem, and it's not just on you. It's on all of us. It's a problem that has been there for a while. And there are products or there are budgeting apps or solutions built by engineers that's supposed to help us, right? However, you realize that these for Ghanaians or are not built because the way the Western world spend is different from the way we spend. They have a credit system. They have systems that are very different from how we spend here in Ghana. We were at work one day, my colleague and I were thinking about salary coming in and passing somewhere. We are fixated on investments. We are fixated on savings. Save our money, we invest. But then when it comes to spending the money for the period you want to spend, and this also applies to students. Mommy or dad gives you the money. The stipend counts for the month. Or, yeah, if you're in the university, it counts for the month. If you're in the senior high school, it could come for a similar interval, and you have to spend that money for a while. However, week one, just week one, and we know, I don't have to even complete the sentence. Week one, we blow the money. We have to enjoy. We can't die. Yeah, you can save, but we can't die in the process. But when we blow the money, the sad thing that happens is we have to go back to our investment accounts. We have to go back to our savings accounts, some quick loan for somewhere, just to be able to move to the next time we get money again, which in the long run messes up our goal to be financially free because we are looking at the future. We said we are going to spend this money now, but unfortunately we don't even get there because we couldn't stick to our budget. We realized this, as I said in the conversation, and we said, when did this problem really start? When did we stop having control of our finances? And it hit us. Because when we're kids, when you're leaving home for school, mom or dad will give you money. That, Okatechi, this is your money. Go and spend this however you deem fit. Go and blow the money. However, you know full well tomorrow, that same amount given to you again. You may even have to pay for some extra classes. That's if you get me, yeah. That gave us some peace of mind to know even if we spend all our money today, tomorrow we are not going to be broke. There's going to be a provider. And that became the pivotal idea behind Chop Money, a budgeting app that behaves that way. So we automated, with the help of engineers, we automated a process that works like what your mom or dad would have done for you. So let's say you want to spend 10 Ghana cedis a day for the next 5 days. Chop Money leverages mobile money network technology. Past speakers mentioned building on technology. Without the telcos, we wouldn't have internet. Without internet, we wouldn't be able to access some things. When I say we won't have a way to access the internet, and without the mobile money technology, we won't have some payment apps that use that technology to build better innovations. So Money as we have it is built on this mobile money platform in the sense that you can easily say, I want to spend 10 cedis for each day for the next 5 days. You go to the budget, 10 cedi for the next 5 days. This means you want to spend 50 cedis for 5 days. This money is committed to Chop Money. And each day at the time you have selected, this money is released to you. So there's literally no way you can overspend. Literally, because admonishing your rights to control your day-to-day activities. This is saying, I know I want to spend 10 cedi a day, which is fine. I don't want to go and buy Wachi and come and type in an app that I bought Wachi 7 cedis today, I did this today. And that's what these apps are telling us to do. These apps that weren't built for Ghanaians, for Africans. Tell us how much you want. Go and spend and come and tell us whether or not you were able to say, do what you said you would do. Doesn't really conform with how we spend. So Chop Money is slightly different where it is committed, so you know full well that this 10 cedi I have today, if I run through it, I don't have to worry about tomorrow. Literally, because tomorrow comes with more money. And this money is not a loan. This money is not someone's money per se. This is your own money you planned. Chop money is just enforcing you to stick to it. That's the main proposition of chop money, making sure you stick to your budget. When it comes to the other branches of personal finance, we have insurance, as I mentioned, we have investments, we have loans, and we've seen over some years that there are engineers building lucrative products in those areas to help us access those services very easily. We come like Achieve, Susu, and what have you. And they are doing marvelous work. So now I can just sit in my home and it's an investment and move on with life. It's so easy. But then after creating an investment account, I have to survive life right now. How do I do that? I need a budgeting solution to help me do that effectively. Something not just tailored for anyone, tailored for me, the Ghanaian, using MTN, using Telecel, using Airtel to go. Something tailored for me, and that is where Chop Money comes in. We are proud to say we just started the launch recently, and we are boasting over 2,000 users. We hear their feedback. And one thing I would like to tell our engineers out there is, engineers, if this world were made up of only engineers, we'll have a world that works. But it's not a world we want to live in. The world will be so, everything works, but it's not nice. It works, but it's not nice. It works, but the experience won't be a great one. These are fights I have with developers all the time, software engineers. You can build a unique experience, move it to a software engineer, and this engineer will tell you, I don't think we do this. Why? Then they think it's working on a basic level. What design will bring into it is the experience that the user will have. So we become the bridge between engineering and the users. Engineering and the users. And when it comes to that, we have to listen to what the users say so engineers can build better products to solve real-world problems. What we do here is, over time, as I mentioned, 2,000 users, we've listened to them. We have created the solution with what they are saying. So right now, if you should download the Chop Money app, you're going to have an experience. And of course, your feedback is welcome. We need that feedback to build a better product for Ghanaians, for Africa. Because in the long run, we will have to create our products or our own product because we understand the landscape. The Western world will read the statistics, but we live in it. We will actually understand our individual needs. So I entreat you to take personal financing very seriously, all the branches of it. Time may not permit me to go into other branches and explain how it's pivotal to work with all of them in tandem. I have a last slide I want to show you. This is a very important slide, a very amazing slide you will all enjoy. So you see this young man here. He seems very happy. Yeah, he has money in his hand. And this can be achieved if you take personal finance seriously. So I'll entreat you to take out your mobile phones right now. Take out your smartphones. I'm looking at you, yeah, this area. There we go. Take out your smartphones, scan the QR, or go to chopmoney.co to get the Chop Money app. We need your feedback. You are the future, not us. We are just doing some things. We are trying to listen to you to build the future. Very soon, you'll be able to build solutions yourselves easily. So we need your feedback with the solutions. Let us know what you want to use. Let us know how you want to manage your finances. So we build solutions for you. Thank you very much for having me, and have a wonderful rest of the day.
Thank you so much, Okatekie. Those tidbits, knowledge in personal finance. We need to take our money issues very seriously. We need investment, how we save appropriately, and all that. And I believe that is what Chop Money is doing to help us. They are also partners of this program. We'll be moving on to have a quick panel discussion. We've had a number of speakers speak on empowering Africa's engineering pipeline. We heard from Robert Turner. We've also heard from Okatechie. We heard from Ian. And I'm pleased to introduce our next set of panelists to help us delve into this discussion. Engineering pipeline. Our first panelist today is Emmanuel Agbeko Gamo. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Encourage him, celebrate him. He is a consummate professional with over 15 years of experience in youth engagement, digital and managerial innovation, and entrepreneurship through leadership education. He's a visiting fellow at Teyarisha School of Excellence in Digital Policy at the University of Witwatersrand and runs the social enterprise Urithi Labs. Give him a round of applause. Our next panelist is Dr. James Holly Jr. Dr. James Holly Jr. I think I saw him around. Maybe he'll be coming very soon. But Dr. James Holly Jr. is an assistant professor of mechanical engineering at the University of Michigan. He directs the Nkofa Research Village, a group dedicated to valuing the heritage knowledge of Black engineering students and faculty. We will celebrate him more when he comes up. So our next panelist is Mr. Jeremy Kwabena Adofo. Let's celebrate him as he walks up stage. Jeremy Kwabena Adofo is the founder and director of Dachi Tech, a leading supplier of electronic and robotic parts in Ghana. He's a graduate of the University of Ghana with a degree in biomedical engineering. Jeremy established Dachi Tech to address the challenge of assessing electronic components for design projects. Most of us panelists studied outside Ghana, and I'm just proud that Mr. Jeremy Kwabena Adofo is our own product here in Ghana. Let's celebrate him again. Our next panelist is Engineer Jennifer Kafui Ama. Is she here? Thank you so much for coming. She's a cute engineer. So to lead us have this conversation, I'm pleased to introduce the moderator for this session. She's a very young woman. I love young women doing extraordinary things. She's passionate about entrepreneurship and a creative problem solver, where she provides solutions for graphic design needs, costume souvenirs, general printing, picture framing. She's very passionate about personal development and leverages on LinkedIn and other communities to inspire young people to take responsibility of their lives. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Mabel Dako to moderate this panel. This panel is going to delve deep into how we can empower young engineers here in Ghana. Please celebrate Mabel once again. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, and let's go.
All right. Good afternoon again, once again, everyone.
Good afternoon.
All right. So, as you heard, my name is Mabel Dako. I'm a brand identity designer and a personal development advocate. However, today, I'm going to be your moderator for this session, and I want us to do it together. If you are going to do this with me, can I hear a cool? Can I hear a cool? All right. So, before we dive into today's session, I want to hear from you. How many of you think that investing in the professional development of engineers in Ghana is a great step to improving or developing Africa? How many of if you think that investing in engineering can improve Africa, kindly raise your hand. Fantastic. And how many of you also believe that individuals, organizations, and even the country and the continent, Africa as a whole, is inspiring young people to go into the engineering sector? How many of you believe that the continent is doing that? Fantastic. So we have our amazing speakers here to guide us through the session. So we have here Mame, we have here Mr. Gamo, we have here Jeremy, and we have here our only Professor James. Fantastic. So before we start the discussion, our theme here is Empowering Africa's Engineering Pipeline, STEM education and professional development. I believe that we all agree that Africa is making great steps towards empowering the engineering industry. Example is through the National Science and Maths Quiz by our own Madam here. We also have the Women in Engineering conferences going on around, and also the scholarships that are going on to help young people like our SHS students here to go into the STEM field. But I believe that there are some shortcomings as well. So we come back to our honorable panelists here. I want to pick on Jeremy. So our first question will go to Jeremy.
Okay.
So Jeremy, what are the most critical shortcomings in Africa's current engineering education that you have realized?
Okay, so I think you did a very good job, the MC did a good job with giving the background of my profile, just to highlight on how the relationship I have through this educational ecosystem. I have had the opportunity to have my education in Ghana, so I had my science education in Ghana, as well as my engineering education in the University of Ghana, and then went on to establish my company. So that is to say, I do have that real first-hand experience with what is going on. So based on my experience so far, when it comes to the shortcomings of the universities, I think over the years, what I've seen is that there's been a great focus towards this science, technology, engineering development. 5 years ago, the kind of teaching that was happening then, if you compare it to now we are doing so much better, but of course, there is still much more that we have to do. So I think earlier, there was one lady who asked a question, or she was also sharing her thoughts about, I think, the coding on paper and some of the challenges that they were having. I mean, I also have been through that system, and there's the part where I'm happy that was addressed, that, university, you are not going to be spoon-fed as a student, but then I also think we should look at both sides of that coin. We can also leave the whole burden on just the students. I feel like there's also a part that the university can play that can develop your potential even further than what you alone can do. So for instance, in such case where, we are coding on paper and stuff like that, definitely you can always, let's say, go and code on your laptop separately or something. But then mind you, sometimes the way the course is structured, it can be quite challenging in the period of the course, like running the course, for the student to be able to apportion that time to address that. So if the universities develop to that level where they can actually give the students that opportunity. I think it helps to build the experience because at a time like this, a lot of people lost interest in programming because of the way it was taught. And there were some of them that now they are in software companies and they are doing so well. And they realize that, oh, if those days maybe the delivery was a bit better, they could have started taking it serious early. So in terms of that, I think that the university should also look at how they can improve their delivery. So if you've been coding on paper for a time, get feedback from the students. Can you justify why maybe university still thinks that coding on paper is okay? Or do you think maybe we could now bring the laptop the opportunity to do that? Secondly, which is not a far off related point, I think the way our grading also happens. So in the case of, let me still use this coding example. For all you know, the only opportunity she has to prove herself that she can be a good programmer is based on how the exam was structured.
Yeah.
But then maybe if she had a PC in front of her, she could have delivered much better because she has all the debugging tools and stuff to use. But then on the paper, it might not flow that way. And then you end up grading her on just that thing she did on the paper without acknowledging that she could have done better elsewhere. So in that aspect too, we should find a way to restructure our courses so that the students are given a chance in every aspect to be able to show their capabilities. And I believe that that will help to encourage those who are not too sure and then also better the potential of those who are already good.
Okay. Please give him a round of applause. All right, so one man has spoken, so we'll come to our lady here. So, Mame, how do you think that, Jennifer, how do you think that these shortcomings affect our continent?
Okay, that's a very heavy question, but let me try and address it.
All right.
So I think he was talking about how the education system, right, affects the continent.
Yeah.
Let me divide this into two aspects.
Okay.
In a positive way, I'm sure we've all been through our Ghanaian education system here and looking out how far we've all come up. I can say in a positive way, it has somehow helped all of us. One thing I can say is, like the earlier speakers spoke, that the university is not meant to feed you, but is supposed to be like a building block. When you get into the industry, you learn more, because this journey, this engineering field or this STEM field is a lifelong learning process.
Exactly.
You don't enter the university and expect to be fed at that first point and then get in the industry and live off what you learned in the university. You have to keep learning, you have to keep improving yourself.
Yeah.
Moving on to the negative aspect. One thing I can say is that the practicality aspect of the whole engineering or the whole STEM field is kind of lost. We enter the industry or we enter the field and some of us are lost. Someone will come to the field and then maybe you just ask them to just do something or hold a screwdriver and do something very simple.
Yeah.
And the person's like, "Madam, I don't know how to do it," or "I have no idea." So the practicality aspect is something we are yet to build on. We are yet to make sure that what is taught in the school can match up with industry demands and as such. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you very much, Jennifer. Okay, you've already given it to Gamo, so we'll go to Gamo. Okay, so Gamo, in what ways do you think that the current engineering education in Africa falls short in addressing local challenges and its contests?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon to everyone.
Good afternoon.
Oh, those are the back. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Excellent. Really excited to be here, and I'll try and frame my response to her question two ways. One of them, I currently lead MTN's team on our apps. So developers, designers, UI, UX designers, and as kind of some of you can imagine, engineers. And then the second part, I also teach in a South African university, Stellenbosch Business School. So then I can maybe match what I've seen in that work practice versus here. My personal experience is that any lifelong journey, you also have to own it as an individual. How many of you remember maybe it was made 30 years ago, but we'll be aging ourselves, the cartoon Captain Planet and the Planeteers?
Yeah.
Yes? One of the things that Captain Planet would always say after he was summoned by the individual efforts of the Planeteers, so earth, wind, fire, water, heart, was that the power is yours. There are a couple of things that are true. So the speakers have spoken about it. There's an infrastructure gap, there's a funding gap, and it's not just in Ghana, it's also in different parts of the world. Some places have more resources than others, but there's always a need for us to solve problems. And so the first couple of things that I've recognized is that here we need to have touch points that encourage our journeys. So my touch points for picking a math and science high school, PRSEC, was a math and science quiz. So my superhero that told us that the power was ours with a math quiz, empowering us that whatever you're saying, how you're bringing yourself, how you're applying discipline and excellence, encourages you to pursue math and science, STEAM, innovation in that practice. The reason I say this is maybe 20 years ago, after PRSEC, I had a chance to go and study abroad. And there was a young man called Khan, and he created Khan Academy. Why did he do that? Because he was originally from India, but he was also in the States where you think they have all the resources, but there was still a gap. So because he knew the power was his, he created a series of tutorial videos, and it became Khan Academy. So when I was in college, I had sisters who were not in the same states. And so I used Khan Academy to encourage them. And it was free to access. It helped them get feedback. Why am I responding to her question this way? The reason why is because with the work I do, so right now we have almost 30 million people, actually MTN across Africa, because your question is Africa-based. We have over 300 million people who use MTN and more than 300 people who have cell phones. How many of you have cell phones? How many of you have 2 cell phones? Exactly. Before I joined MTN, I used to work for Google Ghana and Estella Kofi-Osowa, and there was a conference called the Zeitgeist. Zeitgeist means top thinkers, and they look forward into the future. And one of the first conferences and one of the first statements that resonated with me, this was about 8 years ago, was that if you currently have a cell phone, you have all the information that the US president, the FBI and others would brief a US president in the 1980s and 1990s. Let me say that differently. With your Google search, Yahoo search, you have access to all the information that a country would bring to the president to be able to make decisions that he knows that the power is his. How do you use that? So in answering her question, we have enabling tools. It may not be at your school for practicals. It may not be at your first internship or program. But what I want you all to understand is you have the agency to map out what type of engineer do you want to be? Do you want to be a Tony Stark's engineer? Do you want to be an engineer that's social impact focused? There's quite a lot of resources out there. And for me, I hope that if you're engaged around here, through the panelists, through some of your peers, oh, I can see Dr. Kaufman, hi. Through the superheroes without a cape, even if you don't have a personal relationship, you can map and see what are they doing, what organizations are they part of, what events are they going to, who can you speak to there. And fun fact, somebody from PRSEC, I didn't think I'd be able to work at a Google or at a Facebook, and then, well, I thought maybe MTN, because it's a South African company. But the way that the power became mine was I went to events that had people who had worked at Google. It was not in my curriculum. 2001, 2002, I didn't have the best engineering tools. And at that time, PRESEC, we definitely didn't have access to personal computers. We had a computer lab, but you guys have access to a personal computer. You have 2 personal computers. So hopefully through this engagement, you realize the power and capacity you have. And through that, we can meet the skills gap, not just in Ghana, but across Africa, especially as it comes to engineering dreams. Thank you.
A round of applause for him. Okay. Thank you so much, Kamoso. To Dr. Holly.
Junior, Holly Junior. Please say the junior.
Thank you. Okay, so Dr. Holly, your question. What role do you think that diaspora engineers play in the strengthening of Africa's engineering education? And also, what role do you think it plays in their professional development as well?
Tough questions. Greetings. It's an honor to be here. What immediately comes to mind to me is the resources, as you were mentioning, right? When you look in the U.S., they have the resources, and so I think there's an opportunity to leverage those resources, whether that's books and information, access to information, or whether that's physical tools, materials, access to people who are in high places. But when you say, I think you said responsibility. Did you say responsibility, or did I just hear that? Was responsibility a part of the question?
Yes.
I think what's missing and why in the U.S. we have not leveraged that is because an absence of a political understanding.
Okay.
Right. So I think in the U.S. we are still having conversations around what is Black. So am I an African in the U.S.? Am I African in America? Or am I African American? You know, am I Black? Like, what does that mean about my identity? And what is my responsibility to this continent? And so a lot of times people are coming here to do for themselves as opposed to reconnect, as opposed to heal and rebuild, right? And so the problem I see is and so that's even more so in engineering. We don't really get a political education in engineering. We're focused so much on the math and science that we don't really know much about our ancestry. Yeah. We don't really know much about not only who we physically are, but who we are as a diaspora, right? Who are the Black people or the Africans beyond the U.S., right? Or how do we see Ghanaians specifically as opposed to just Africans? Yeah. How do we see Nigerians? How do we see, Cameroonians, right? We aren't trained to think about you all, or I should say this country as a country. We're trained to think Africa as a country, yeah, which doesn't make sense. So there's a lot of deficiency on our behalf as well. And I think it's even further in engineering. So in my work, how I landed here was a desire to try to learn from what's here, right? I think we can really build and grow when we have a mutual co-learning experience, right? As opposed to, I'm at one of the most well-resourced institutions in the world at the University of Michigan. And so a lot of times people see the logo for my institution before they really see me, right? And so people are coming to me and say, what can I get, what can I get? And I'm asking, what can I get from you, right? I can give some resources, I can give tools, I can give access, but there's a lot that I'm still missing and that we are still missing as Blacks in the U.S., even at these well-resourced institutions. And so I was speaking with Professor Amoa, the founder of NSBE Ghana, and I was asking him the same question of, when you look at the relationship between NSBE US and NSBE Ghana, how have they been interacting with each other? And it seems that NSBE Ghana has been able to move a lot of people to the U.S. and getting jobs. Some return, some get education, but it doesn't seem that part of NSBE really lean into extracting and building from here, right? And I think that's an open question, an ongoing issue that we really need to give more attention to.
Okay, thank you. So a round of applause for him, please. All right, let's again. So, Jeremy, I see there are lots of students here, high school, tertiary students here. So, what strategies do you think can create more internship and apprenticeship opportunities for students in engineering?
All right. I think the earlier speakers, some have touched on internships and then the benefits that they do tend to have for students. So I believe we are well aware of it. Now, for the strategies for that, I think I have a few points listed here. Let me see how best I can go through that. So at the basic level, right, at the basic level, I think the easiest and most direct way to have more penetration in terms of internships in the industry is for the universities to have that aspect in the curriculum.
Okay.
I mean, I'm proud to say that the education at Biomedical Engineering University of Ghana was well-rounded enough. There's a compulsory internship program at level 300, but you're actually encouraged to go for internships throughout level 100, level 200. So through that opportunity that the university created, you know, some of the lecturers, they use their network to bring industry players on board.
Yeah.
So for instance, Madam Elsie Eva Kaufman here is well known. So if she's recommending a student to an industry player out there, it's very easy for them to be comfortable accepting that student. And I believe that that is a role that most of the lecturers in our major universities have done very well. They've brought their networks into their departments, and so they help the students to easily find placements.
Okay.
However, you know, based on our, I don't know whether it's our upbringing or the way our society is like, people tend to be less proactive. So even though, like I said, you could do internships in level 100, level 200, it was only the compulsory level 300 internships that most students will finally opt for, because that one, they know there is a grade attached to it and it will add to their GPA. However, I believe that one strategy we can do, we can have to make that better. Excuse me. Okay, sorry for the commercial break. Yes. One strategy we can have to make that better is to start sensitizing the students at an early time. Like once they come into the school, maybe departmental meetings. I do hope the other universities are doing so, because back in our department, biomedical engineering, we used to do that maybe every semester. There's one departmental meeting. Then encourage the students, let them know the benefits that they have. So by putting that in their heads, inculcating that thinking in them, I think they will tend to get more proactive about it and would like to reach out. Now, further than that, so far I've been talking about the university level. Further than that, I think we should even go a step further, not just the university level, but then the senior high school level, because they also have a unique opportunity there that maybe they may not be aware of. I remember when I was in senior high, a lot of those who, let's say, they would work during the vacations at certain places, it was mainly because, let's say, their parents were struggling to pay their fees, so they had to do that to survive. But then those of us who, it looks like that was sorted, will mainly just be at home, like using that time to recover or probably extra classes. But then now that I'm in the entrepreneurship sector, I realize that there are some job opportunities that are better suited for senior high school students on vacation than, let's say, somebody who has graduated. So, and I believe that this is just me as a startup. I believe that for cutting across, there are so many slots, similar slots for a lot of the industries around here. So we should make it a point to let these senior high school students, and I'm glad some of them have taken the time to come here, to know that such opportunities are there. In the vacations, instead of just going home to lie around, and then by the time you come back from school, it's like your brain is on reset. You could actually go and find companies and do some internships, some attachments. Some people can even attach themselves to, let's say, these electricians and stuff. Some of these things, you don't have to wait for somebody to come and tell you, but then at least being at an event like this, you know that there's an opportunity like this out there. So go out there, ask, oh, do you need some help? I'm on vacation for the next 3 months. What can I do to help? And through that, you get to build some skills. Now you get to see some of the things practically. We keep talking about not having enough access to the infrastructure or the devices and stuff. But then these industries there, they have those devices. So when you go for these internships, you see them. So even when you come to the schools and your school doesn't have it, because of that first-hand experience that you have, the course doesn't look only theoretical to you. So in that case, we as stakeholders here let's think about how best we can encourage even the senior high school people to use their vacations or breaks for such initiatives. And yes, let me just add one more point. I mean, personally, for me, I'm into the robotics, electronics area. My company deals with the parts supply. We also do build projects and other stuff. It will interest you to know that the first time I ever got contact with a physical Arduino board, I used to see the YouTube videos, maybe practice some simulation software, but the first time I actually got one was actually through an internship with a lecturer who had one lying around, and I was like, oh, Jeremy, what can you do with this? And then that was when I actually touched the thing. I realized that, oh, I can be good at this. And then now look where I am. Right now, people come to me to get Arduinos and stuff. So, yeah.
Okay, that was wonderful. Thank you so much, Jeremy. So to Jennifer again. Okay, so Jennifer, what measures do you think can ensure continuous professional development for practicing engineering in Africa?
Okay, so for continuous or CPD, as I'll put it, we know as human beings, we always like to be rewarded. So one initiative that can be done is there can be for the engineering regulatory bodies, what they can do is that for engineers that are, for professional engineers, there can be a reward system. So if there'll be a minimum number of CPDs professional engineers should take during the year, and there should be a reward system for that. So if you're able to take maybe 3 or 5, they can reward you for that. There can be an award, or they just advertise this on social media just to motivate professional engineers to learn, to continuously improve themselves and make themselves better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Gamo.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, so the same thing.
No, not the same thing. I'm bringing you your question. So how can we promote entrepreneurship and innovation within engineering education, purposely to create jobs and then not creating job seekers? So we are creating job creators and not job seekers.
I'm actually really happy you asked this question because I'm going to do something unconventional, obviously with your permission, and I'll tell you why I'm saying that. So in undergrad, I used to be part of a group of people who self-identified as the traditional skills, engineering, lawyer, accounting. And one of the things that then in my master's program we reflected on is how much pressure we put on ourselves, first as young people, and then in our professional lives, to become engineers and to become these great people. And how much pressure it is when then you're an entrepreneur and others to innovate and look back and think back, right? And so one of the things that's really important and dear to me is to also find fun in what you do and to spark fun, because some of these journeys are not easy. So for all of us who are, I'll age myself, 15, 20 years in our professional lives, I know I look like I'm close to Gen Z. You find out that you do have to find the joy to keep learning. And not just in the workplace, you have to find the joy to keep inspiring people. My younger sister, who then had a full scholarship to do engineering, she didn't necessarily want to become an engineer. She found the joy in learning and solving things. And so besides Khan Academy, I remember when she was 9, 10, she's the youngest, she was, my parents would say misbehaving, but I'm a divergent thinker, so I was like, she was challenging authority. And so I asked her, what's really going on? And she said she feels like my older sister has something that she does with my mom, I do something with my dad, and she's left out, right? And Picho, the middle one, was in sports. So I said, okay, let's start a business together. And so we co-founded a website making company. Obviously, I did most of the building, but she was my special advisor, and she wrote all the contracts, right? She would then, after high school, write that story and get a full scholarship to pursue either medicine or engineering, because the process of challenging herself and putting her mind to something that she thought was fun is what led to that. So when we start thinking of entrepreneurship, innovation, we need to bring fun into that. So I came here wanting to do something fun. So briefly, each row, can I get 3 people quickly, but not in haste? Come to the front. 3 people, really quickly. Each of the columns. So that this column, 3 people. This column, 3 people. This column, 3 people. 10, 9, 8, 7. Please count. 3, 6, 5. Please, if there are more than 3, please sit down. 3, 2. Please, you're engineers, you can count. If you look at it from your row, 3 people came. Please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, okay, so a round of applause for these 3. I think they came in quietly, right? I hope, okay, so there are 3 people, okay. So really quickly, just your name and who's your superhero. So my name is Emmanuel Agbako Gamo. My superhero was Ananse. And there's a team of visual engineers who've created Letty Arts. They've created Ananse the game. Ariam Teria is one. So the co-creators of those are my heroes. So just your name and who's your hero, who's your superhero?
My name is Doreen Sednam Deku, and my superhero is Kofi Annan.
A round of applause. So this is your token for that. Your name?
Roslyn Lee, and my superhero is, I think, my daddy.
Oh, okay. Please, your daddy's name?
Eric Lee. Eric Lee.
Mr. Lee, if you're watching on camera, you're her superhero. Your name and your superhero.
Okay, please, my name is Mavis Baidu, and my superhero is my mom.
Parents get to be superheroes. What? Please, you people don't repeat the same question. It's like the finals, and then the quiz mistress would ask, and they would say, "Oh, what's Presec said?" I apologize. Only one person laughed. But your name and then your superhero.
Okay, so I'm Jeff Tawjifo, and my superhero is my supervisor currently in Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. That's Dr. Eric Kwame Anochasari. He teaches us polymer engineering, composites, and then he's helping me to really publish my work. We are dealing with.
Thank you. Your name and your superhero.
My name is Jakwali Joel, and my superhero is our lecturer, Mr. Ibrahim, who is taking care mostly for me. So.
Please, are the lecturers here? Are you going to get extra marks for mentioning? No, they're not? Okay. A round of applause for him as well. Camilla?
Hello, please, my name is Camilla, and my superhero is Professor Elsie Kaufman. I've watched her since I was a child, and today I'm very happy to meet her here.
A round of applause, please. We appreciate you, Dr. Kaufman. It's generational. Yes, sir.
My name is Tuo Joseph, and my superhero is my HOD, Professor Dr. Stephen Bunny. Yes.
Excellent. Round of applause. Yes.
My name is Clinton Nanadia, and then my superhero is Dr. Kwame Nkrumah.
Okay. Okay. Round of applause for him as well.
My name is Etienne Danzi, and my superhero is my elder sister.
Nice. What's her name?
Maxima.
A round of applause for him as well. Please, you can have your seat. Dr. Kaufman, oh, the young lady, please, 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 a round of applause. Thank you so much, and thank you for indulging me. One of the things that answers your question is that superheroes don't have to have capes. In some places you ask, and some people have fictional superheroes, some people have real superheroes, people that inspire them. For all of you who didn't get a token, it's okay, maybe next time I can give you something. But the best token that I hope you have is that you remember that you're a superhero for somebody else. So there are young people who are looking up to you. And I think with that mentality, that's how we build people who are not just employees, but employers. When you own the responsibility of your influence, whatever space, whatever project, you bring people on. So I'm part of the Global Shapers. I saw the logo here and I was talking to Daniel and some of the other teams. Not because I'm paid to do it, because I recognize the space and privilege I have. And so by engaging and interacting, even if people don't become entrepreneurs in business, they become entrepreneurial thinking in the spaces they're at. And that's how we build and work on that space, in my opinion. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Damo. That was a great presentation. So before we take one question from the audience, we'll take our last question. We'll give our last question to Dr. Holly. Okay, so Dr. Holly, how do you think that we can foster a stronger collaboration between African universities and international institutions, purposely to enhance engineering education as well?
You said certification? Yeah, so I think my answer may be non-conventional. I think a lot of times in academic settings, collaborations and partnerships are transactional.
Okay.
And so the value is only what you can give me and what I may or may not give you. And usually the more powerful institution is the one who gets the most, right? Even if, so I come from, again, University of Michigan. So we have a lot of memorandums of understanding or partnerships and collaborations. I use these quotation marks because I don't really think that they are strong quality. They are partnerships in name only. And so they can give resources because they have plenty. It's not much of a sacrifice. While the other institution is giving a lot of time and energy investment and thought, but they're not getting much out. The bigger institution continues to win. And so I think that an alternative way is censoring African values. Ubuntu, right? Yeah. How do I empower you through affirming your dignity for existing? Yeah. Not only how I can bring students here. Right. Yeah. Why don't y'all say that? I am.
Because you are.
Well, repeat after me. I am. Because you are. I am. Because you are. All right. Yeah. So, but I think that when we can connect and just connect, and that is not seen as a waste of time, right? When we can reimagine what it means to build relationships, not only at an individual level, but thinking hard about what that means at an institutional level, right? When I can know not only the illustrious Professor Elsie Kaufman, but also know staff members, know other faculty, know students, right? And she can do the same in my institution. When I can know faculty at Kumasi Technical University. So for me, I think it means censoring the human beings and not necessarily the work, because what happens is the work becomes dehumanizing in how it gets done, right? And so shifting power dynamics between institutions, and I know that I come from a place that's very wealthy institutionally as a country, and so it could be hard to say that to a country where people are like, we need practical, tangible resources. We need opportunities. But I hope that you all trust and believe that If you do not have the power and relationship, then those resources will only become golden handcuffs in the Gold Coast, right? And so we have to understand that only through legitimate, equal, humane relationships can we truly be empowered and realize the aspirations, and from my perspective, pursue freedom. Because I think that's the ultimate goal of engineering. It should be not only getting jobs, but helping folks realize self-determination, helping people pursue entrepreneurial innovations, not only so they can eat, but that they can live more abundantly,
Okay.
right? So we can get to that joy, because right now is more about our immediate needs and necessities. And so I don't necessarily know how to get there, but I think as an aspiration, we need to rearrange and dynamically revolutionize the way that we think about partnerships and relationships.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Holly. Thank you. So we'll take one question, just one question from the audience. Okay, we'll take more than, we'll take two.
So I saw two. The moderator, please. I won't be the one to. Looks like the hand raising is political.
So, wow. Bonus.
For your impact. I would like to appreciate you, and then our father, the chief among us. I'm Vincent from Accra Technical University. Yes, mine is not directly a question. It's not like a suggestion. Yes, our mama spoke about the fact that we can graduate from STEM to STEAM, which I agree with her a lot. Yes, I also think that for us to build the Africa that we want and the kind of engineers we need, then we have to also focus at the grassroots. That is the students at the JHS level that are yet to make their decision into the SHS and the tertiary. And this is focused on their career. I'm saying this, if our Papa the Chief among us will bear witness with me, I had the opportunity to go to Tig Village. I mean, where car cannot go, only motor can go. And you realize that a lot of young ones are there, but they barely even know anything about who they are going to become or even their potential. Yes, some know about engineering, but they don't know that in engineering, we have electrical engineering, civil engineering, mechanical, and so on. All they know is engineering. And because of lack of this knowledge, they barely even prepare themselves to pick up with the mathematical and the science courses, which of course discourage them from becoming the engineers that today we are hoping or encouraging them to become. So yes, if we can build a program on career that will have people going down there to educate them and helping them discover their potential, then of course they will prepare themselves for the engineering that we are preaching today. Thank you.
You're welcome. Next question.
Okay, my question actually goes to the last person who spoke to us. I don't know his name. My professor here. Yes. I'm also from Accra Technical University, and I'm doing electrical and electronics engineering. I have also a background in biological sciences from Ken University, and I'm going to look at this blend. How would your university, with the partnership question that was asked, bring on board an idea how we could, as a matter of engagement from Accra Technical University, also learn from your school? I know you are a lecturer and you could advise in that direction. Can you help us in that particular engagement? Thank you.
Thank you. Mabel, so while Dr. Holly prepares to answer that, let's take the last question.
Okay, thank you. My name is Joseph from Accra Technical University, and my questions goes like this: how can African engineers, collaborate with international partners to leverage expertise and resources? Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Please go ahead.
Okay, we should go ahead?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. As we have the bonus question from the lady and we give her the mic, I wanted to point out maybe two things that cuts across all the question I had so far. The gentleman that said he went to a village where you needed a motorcycle to get there. The wonderful thing is that you got there and you are the point of conduit for them. I don't say this lightly. Maybe you can hold me accountable. You can Google and meet my group of friends that we were at Persec together, Atolzin, Fifi Bedu. When we were in high school or at Persec, we went back to our JHS to go and speak. So I was the first graduating class from Faith Montessori. There were 15 of us. Jackie Apia and Yvonne Okoro were my classmates. And we felt like that pillar of being foundational meant that we would go back and explain to students who are not that much older than us that this is how we were successful. That's one of the secrets about our alumni group and why we do that. When I went to college, the same thing, we formed Bar Camp. I don't know if you've heard of Bar Camp, Ghana Think Foundation. When I took this hand, whether I like it, I don't like, we would go back. Whether where I come from, there's a motorcycle or a kite, we would go there. No, it's true, because the reason why I'm trying to frame this is the expectation of we, but you are not among, is not our portion. You don't have a choice. So the more we take ownership of that, and the more you engage honestly with that, then you realize, one, your agency, and two, that you, or the power is yours, like I said earlier. There was something about international schools and organizational partnerships. Last month, so I went to University of Florida. It's the largest land grants university, and it's very interesting when you start to grow a bit older. My classmates are now professors and heads of departments in the engineering building. So the CISE, they have an exchange program. One of the things that happened was, I'm active on LinkedIn, I'm active on social media. So they reached out and said, hey, you now work for a telco. They don't necessarily know what the telco is. But because I gave a good account of myself whilst I was in school, they reached out that, is it okay to bring the cohort of people so that I meet and engage with them? I said, no, it's even better if they come to the office so that they meet and engage with some of the people that report to me in engineering, report to me on the apps, so the MyMTN apps, IOBA, what we're working on, right? It wasn't something that I had planned, but it was something that I'm open to because we're intentional about that. There are organizations and programs that ask, and they will ask all of you. You guys are the best and brightest Ghana has. Maybe you guys don't know it yet, but maybe your high school, your junior high school has reached out and said, who can come and volunteer? Who can come whilst you are learning your course or you move up in life? And maybe some of you have not raised your hands. But if you have, then as you go out in life, the organizations you are part of, for me, whether it's Stellenbosch, Harvard Business School, whatever it is, because I raised my hand, they would come. And because I give a good account of myself in openness and in authenticity, I can connect them. So my school is now trying to build an AI center. All of you know about generative AI, chatbots, ChatGPT, right? This Ghana boy born in Kolebu from Persec is now liaising with the University of Florida on ChatGPT and AI and what is possible on the MyMTN app. Not paid for it. I didn't think of something that would happen, but I was intentional and I gave back. So to some of the questions, the reason why I'm saying that, yes, it seems bigger than that, but I didn't sit down and say, oh, the we is going to be University of Florida and they'll scour through and then they'll come and meet. I said, no, I would engage in truth. And how many of you guys are on social media? Excellent. How many of you are on LinkedIn? How many of you are active on LinkedIn? Okay. So I'm looking at the more professional people. So social media, yes, TikTok will get there. But please give a percentage of your time to platforms that showcases scholarship and professional pursuits like LinkedIn. I'm not against it. I used to manage Facebook. I used to manage YouTube. However, the more you do that, the more signals you put that you're ready for that. So if an international organization is looking for engineers, for people who are part of NSBE, for people who are entrepreneurial, then they can easily find you for the type of partnership that is a co-partnership out there. Cool. Thank you.
I want to address the comment and then answer some of the question that was directed to me. But if I misunderstand the comment, please forgive me. But it sounded like you were speaking that the children in the village of Okwakwado may not know about opportunities and different careers like that. Engineering at its foundation is understanding nature and science, connecting that with the ability of math to simulate life, and then building things to address particular issues or quandaries or problems or conflicts. So even though those children may not understand the name of electrical engineering or mechanical engineering or whatever new engineering will come, they have trees, they have grass, they have buildings. If you are not studying that, or let me reframe that. If you want to really understand and become a great engineer, you need to understand the environment around you. Understand the natural environment before you can then be able to effectively rebuild that into the built environment. And so I think what we have to not see those village children as lacking in anything other than opportunity, right? And so their chief, that's his responsibility, and he is doing it well. Right? How else can a village who is scoring at so low within just a matter of 5-10 years be scoring so high? The issue was not capability, but resources and opportunity, right? And so the question, I guess, to connect that to the institutional partnerships is you have to lean into the network. What Dr. Amoa realized 25 years ago was NSBE is a network, right? I may not be the professor. I'm a professor at the U of M, but I may not be the professor that you need to connect. But you connect to me so I can help you figure out where you can connect. And so the way to do the partnerships or to seek after, because I don't know that I'm in mechanical engineering, but I teach a lot about racial politics, the political aspect of engineering. And I'm not sure if that would translate well to the University of Ghana or to Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, right? So to the question, I don't know if I need to be teaching here, but I can connect you with the other faculty who would be made useful, whatever research interest you have or what type of interest that you want to study. And so what I cannot do is adapt the admissions process, right? So I can tell you the scores and things like that, but LinkedIn as a resource, you have to lean into the resource like Jeremy was talking about earlier about being assertive and proactive, right? So I'm available. You have my program booklet. My name is there. You can look me up on LinkedIn. And so I think from an individual level, you can reach out and I can help you think through what type of institutions you may be interested in and what type of faculty to connect you with. But I think to connect both dynamics, you all have to realize, to your point earlier, about the power that is already here, right? The only thing I see is lacking is resources and opportunity. But even if you get to resources and opportunity in the U.S. and you don't know what you're seeking, you don't know what you understand, then you still will not be successful, right? And vice versa. If you lack resource and opportunity, but you know those other things, you have evidence that people can still be successful.
Okay, Sherry Thompson, I want to know, I'm not sure if I'm asking you all this question or I'm asking the founder of NSBE this question. We have organizations like Civil Engineering, Society, or Mechanical Engineering Society, or we have organizations that specifically deal with one aspect of engineering. Do we have that in Ghana? And the reason I ask is because usually when you do have MECIs that get together, or EEs that get together, they put together camps and programs that get other young people involved in seeing the aspect of engineering and promoting that aspect of engineering. It's not just a whole, they have a structure, an organizational structure, each of these engineering societies that would help promote that particular talent, that particular type of engineering. Do we have that here in Ghana? That's the question.
I think the executive director will answer.
Yeah, thank you. That's a very important question. I think when I was a student at the UCC studying physics and mathematics, there was Association of Mechanical Engineers and Association of Civil Engineers, but that came from the US. So there were colleagues who had plans to study those type of engineering from KUST, Accra Technical University. So they belonged that, but just that at a point it wasn't as active as National Society of Black Engineers. And then later we have IEEE, instead of electronic engineer. That is gaining momentum in the country, and then I know some of the engineering students that are cut across our universities are part of. But then, as you rightly said, we don't have those strong engineering associations that seems to address which particular engineering. And then when you take our universities, I think Prof is here, we have GIZA, general engineering association that don't specifically address particular engineering disciplines and all of that. Prof, I don't know whether you need to add something to it, yes.
Yes, we have them. So, for example, the biomedical engineers, there's the Ghana Society of Biomedical Engineers, a very powerful group. They have a lot of activities. At the moment, they organize mainly around WhatsApp. There's a WhatsApp group. And every once in a while, we have annual conferences. Our conference for 2024 is being planned right now. So, yes, I know there's a similar thing for mechanical engineering. The electrical engineers and computer engineers tend to join IEEE. So, yes, there are groupings of engineers.
Yes, and to also add to that, I'm also aware of the Ghana Society of Biomedical Engineers because I graduated as a biomedical engineering student. And the association has actually been very key into making biomedical engineering practice recognized in the country. Before I entered the university, people will ask you, what are you doing? And then you say biomedical engineering. There are two kinds of responses you get. You get, is that one to a course? Or you get, oh, what a nice name. It must be a great course, but they have no idea what it is about. But I'm very proud to say that through the work of the GSB, right now, whenever you say biomedical engineering, people actually know what it is, what they do, and then you are respected. Hospitals are now specifically allocating slots for biomedical engineers. At first, we had to compete with technicians and all that. So the associations, at least for GSB, I can say that they are doing well, they are being strong. Of course, there's a lot more we can do better. Secondly, also, for GSB and I think some of the other associations, they also do have students' chapters in the various campuses. So one interesting thing that happens is you go to University of Ghana right now, the engineering school, you have a GSB, that's the Ghana Society of Biomedical Engineers student chapter. You have the NSBE student chapter, and you also have the ESAG, the Engineering Students Association at the University of Ghana. So what happens is, based on the crop of students in a particular year group, if they are proactive enough, even though there are three separate associations, they are usually able to come together and then with their synergy, come up with very innovative programs and events that sort of equip and then help the students and bring resource persons and all that. So that goes to say that, yes, let's find a way to strengthen these associations, but most importantly is the synergy. So you go to somewhere, NSBE is stronger, GSB is not. You may go to somewhere GSB is stronger, but NSBE is not. If we are able to, instead of working, everybody doing their own thing, but we find that synergy, I believe we can really break through that engineering barrier.
Sorry, the last point I wanted to make was around industry. So we used to have a wave of Google developer groups, Facebook developer groups, engineering groups, that businesses would make a call and do some of the things that you're talking about, whether it's boot camps and others. Mostly in my field, because of innovation, it was more around tech camps and the other. One thing I've noticed, though, is that proposals that come from student-based association groups to corporates has dwindled. The challenge is that, yes, most corporates never have money for these things, but the type of leadership and members are not the same way or don't have the same attention that social organizations, social groups, entertainment groups have, where they inundate businesses year on year for annual programs. So there's a gap really in the partnership and funding. So when you look at, let me say what I'm saying differently. When you look at industries and businesses that may benefit from association with all of these organizations, they are not getting the proposals, the calendars, they don't have a roadmap of the organization activities that can lead to that opportunities and the boot camps we're asking for. And I haven't had that really addressed. So for young people who are out there, if you're interested in this, you, as an engineer, you also enjoy event curation, innovative experiences and others, let those skill sets show up when you're part of these associations, because it's very difficult to see a formal letter just because it's from a science or tech-specific organization. There's just, hey, we want to have a partnership. But on the other side, with entertainment, they bring in a full proposal, month on month, what would happen, quarter on quarter, what is the curation? And you don't see that same level of intentionality and excellence brought to that. So please, let's address that so that we can see some of these organizations flourish and be in partnership. Thank you.
Okay, let me, and then I'll pass the microphone to, I think there's someone who wants to ask. Okay, no more questions. I just want to motivate all of us. Most of us are in universities, most of us are in high schools. Please, when you go to school or you're in universities, try and join these organizations. Try and join these chapters, because when you are in school, that's when you're able to network with those in the industries. Opportunities I got in school, internships I got, where I'm working now, is just from the chapters I was in school. I was in Women in Engineering, and I was their secretary whilst I was in school. So opportunities I got, places I've been, is just because I was in the chapter when I was in school. So I'll just urge everyone here, try and join a chapter whilst you're in school. Even if you want to pass by, just be there, let them know you, and then you'll be able to network and be able to grow as well. Thank you.
So from what Jennifer said, I believe we are all going to try to be in chapters when we go back to our schools. Great, and I was very happy when I heard about Gamo and Dr. Holly talking about LinkedIn. So I'm a LinkedIn trainer as well. So for being here, I'll be adding you all to my LinkedIn training cohort starting next month. Yeah, so you can reach out to me after to add you all to the next cohort for free to build your professional brand as engineers. So panelists for today's session. A big round of applause to you two for being here till this time. And of course, a big round of applause to me as well. Okay, so panelists, thank you so much. I was your moderator for today, Mabel Darko. Thank you.
Photo session, quickly, please. Please hold on. Thank you so much, our panelists. Please give them a round of applause. Show them love for sharing those insights. Thank you all for staying. We are almost at the end of today's program. I'm so privileged to be moderating today's event. Just to remind you, today is the climax of the 25 years of NSBE Ghana anniversary, and we are so privileged to have you all. Today, we have been talking about how the existence of NSBE in Africa and what we can do in the next 25 years. As I already said, this is an event that can help you network and connect with people that can help you build your professional skills. So if you are here as a senior high school student, there are even ideas for you. The gentleman speaking about going into the villages and town can be a social entrepreneurship project for you, senior high school students. You're not young. Don't think you are too young to embark on such activity. There's something that you are learning that you can also go back and teach. DTI students, I'm perceiving that some of you can take it up to go out to teach people on in engineering or STEAM or STEAMed. Okay, so take it as a project, personal project. How can you do that? Come and see me after the event and I'll give you ideas as to how you can do it. So don't wait to say that you want to be 30 years before you embark on such activities. You are not young. You've learned something and it means you can pass it on. Today's anniversary conference has been sponsored by Wahoo. Wahoo provides sustainable fleet solutions for Africa's last mile. They design and manufacture e-bikes in Ghana, tailored for the realities of our African road. Cummins is also one of our sponsors, and they specializes in diesel and alternative fuel engines and generators and related components and technology. Other partners that we have on board are School of Engineering for University of Ghana, Accra Technical University, School of Engineering, KNUST, Abman Studios, Chop Money, ALS, NASCA Construction, Firefly IO, Global Shapers Community Accra, Picture Global, Innovatech STEM Center. They are partners and sponsors, and they have helped us to bring to this event to a reality. Going on, we will take a solidarity message from our global CEO. Global CEO is a thought leader dedicated to promoting inequality in tech spaces and creating opportunities for underrepresented groups. Prior to assuming this office, the global CEO of NSBE is a female, served as the COO of Wikimedia, those who do Wikimedia Foundation, where she led process improvement and addressed racial inequalities in free knowledge. Also, she joined General Electric in 2002, took various leadership positions, including leading women in technology programs, where they implemented an ad campaign that showcased women engineers. You see those innovative ideas? We can pick it up and do the same thing here. Her significant impact has been recognized and awarded by several prestigious brands. Ladies and gentlemen, in absentia, our CEO still has a message for us. Let us welcome a message from the CEO of National Society of Black Engineers, the largest ecosystem of Black STEAM talent, Janine Uzel.
Greetings to my NSBE family in Ghana. I am so excited that NSBE is turning 25 on the continent of Africa. Since 1998, we have been building the chapters and the leaders that are changing the way science, technology, engineering, and math is experienced in Africa. The work that you all have done means the world to our organization. My name is Janine Uzel, and I'm the CEO of NSBE. I'm also a former member, and I'm also used to live in Ghana. And so this conference means so much to me, and I'm so sorry. I deeply regret that I can't be there with you to celebrate, but know that I'll be back in Ghana soon, and when I do, I can't wait to see each and every one of you. Until then, I'm wishing you all a wonderful day today. I know that you have done your STEM walk, and I know that you all have a lot of projects that are going on and events and meetings and sessions happening today. I know that they're going to be outstanding, all of the great speakers and our partners that are there with you today. Enjoy the celebration, enjoy the impact and the influence that you all are having, and know that your time is now and you are building the Africa that we want and that the world needs. Each and every one of you. Thank you for supporting the work. Thank you, Abdullah, and all of the members of the team that work so diligently to keep NSBE vibrant and alive in Africa. If it weren't for you, the work from 1998 would not have continued. And so we are grateful that you all are a part of our organization. I cannot wait to celebrate with you at our NSBE Gold anniversary in Chicago in March, where we will also acknowledge and celebrate Africa's 25th. We have not forgotten about you. We can't wait to be a part of a collective celebration. Until then, keep driving the mission. Keep building up the engineers of the future. Keep working to strive to build the Africa that we want, because our time is now in NSBE and in Africa. Each and every one of you are doing the work, and it's wonderful, and I applaud you for it. So thank you again. Have a wonderful conference, and I hope to see you soon.
So that is a message from the CEO. So we'll be having a recognition time where Engineer Ernest Agbenyo will give us a fraternity message. But before that, we'll have Albert give us a spoken word. So right after Albert, Engineer Ernest Agbenyo will come on stage. So Albert, where are you?
All right, good afternoon. And pardon me, held some few health challenges, so maybe you might not feel the energy that way. Amongst all the speakers, they said I should use the artistic way. You've been hearing STEM and STEAM, right? So I should come from the approach of using the A in the STEAM to pass on my message. Basically, what's the theme for this year's celebration, 25 years? Hey, this is amazing. But CEO just said it again. Building what? Building the Africa that we want. So crowning it all in an artistic way, engineering also shaped my mentality to be able to use the artistic aspect of my life to bless people, and that's why it's unique to many people. All right? They say engineering, they want to separate it from the sciences from the arts. But do you know science is art and art is science? For an engineer, before we conceptualize anything, we draw it. So when we talk about circuits, electrical circuits, don't we draw them? Don't we draw ourselves before we go on to the materials that are needed to make it happen? So there's a connectivity. Don't separate it. Make sure you embrace art, embrace the sciences, and you do exceptionally well. Okay, so moving forward, if we really want to build the Africa that we want, sitting right here when the CEO was speaking, and that's how engineering has shaped my thought. I think on the go, and I write on the go. If we want to keep this engine running to build the Africa that we want, I just got this inspiration here, that there needs to be what? Self-investment and input to keep the engine running. And when we self-invest well, then we will bringing up. There will be an input again in the lives of people. And that is perfectly how we can keep building the Africa that we want. At any point in time, we first need to invest in our own selves to keep the engine running. Then we will go back to invest in the lives of people in our community to keep raising new people. In Africa, all we think about is the title. We are always thinking about the title instead of creating the right platforms for the people that are behind us or the new ones coming up or the younger generation to assume our mantle. So all we think about is money making instead of impact making. So listen, as we all here, listen. They told us that our future lies in our hands. Yet we grew up looking into these very futures that we sowed, that are seedlings that came forth. Yet there are still no arable lands to permanently plant our dreams to enjoy of them bountifully. So it has left us with several thoughts and several questions like, how could we be proud of our forefathers if the fathers of today keep telling us that we've been planted by rivers, yet our roots keep searching for water from afar? For how long would we keep searching? Deliberately reaching out to foreign zones for nutrients, yet till date we've still not shown any signs of maturity. Or is it that, in one way or the other, directly or indirectly, we've been ill-fed by these very people? Because it's highly unbelievable and terrifying to be fed with the knowledge of being planted by rivers, yet our roots keep searching for water from foreign lands, from foreign zones. Are our rivers dead? Are the rivers in our own lands dead? So we say this to our fathers, the stakeholders. Fathers, are our rivers dead? Or is our leaders who reside by the banks of these very rivers who are causing mayhem? Man them. Myself, I don't even understand them. But me never wish you to praise a fire go bend them. Hold up. Enough respect for them. Because we the youth, we are powerful too. So I say to the leaders of today and the stakeholders, that when they use us rightly, we will be a great tool to cause mass and significant development in our land. But when they misuse us, we will be a terrible tool to cause the damage in this very Africa, our continent. So I look forward to the new Africa, a new Africa where saving for living will be encouraged over saving for burial. Chobbox told us. I look forward to a new Africa where MPs won't travel overseas pretending they've not seen the kids in our community sitting under trees for studies. I look forward to that very new Africa where there will be more of orphanage homes than funeral homes. I look forward to that very new Africa where the young African will not be damp in the mind, where the young African will not rise up and be nurtured in a home where he or she sees himself that this is only the community. The only farthest where I can go is to go to the school and come back home and not dream to be the best of him or herself. Who actually installed that very negative aspect in your mind? Who says that a young African cannot innovate and do something in Africa that can be of global significance? Who actually did that to you? You limited your own self. So once again, remember that if we want to keep this engine running, to build the Africa that we want, you need to excellently self-invest. And after investing in yourself, be a blessing to society. So go back and invest in others. Let's raise up the next generation. And in that way, we are building the Africa that we want. It's been the same old stories as young people when we sit, we keep telling. Because way back, we had our forefathers sitting under the great baobab tree, the great Iroko tree, or whatsoever tree you want to name it. They sipped chilled palm wine that sets coldness down their spines. They brooded over the negativities of the land without any inspiration or making mind-blowing preparation for our younger generation. And this actually affects me as a young African. It really disturbs me. Because despite all we've got, listen, despite all we've got, we still despise the despite of our land and travel to foreign lands to get deals done, as though we never had any mark done in our own lands. No, even before exiting Africa, ask yourself, are we to hear of the Dellas, the Dangotes, and the Tedolas, who can borrow us millions of dollars in the same check we go begging for? Are we saying we are not capable? Why do we always have to look to the West to be the best? Then we are the West. So I'll be gone. Many speakers also came and they were gone. But we'll be back again. But when next we come back again, and we join our forces together, let us all be that engine that is building the Africa that we want, because we are having ourselves playing the roles that we need to play. Do not belittle yourself, for every input you make counts, all right? Collaboration is the future, and together, let us chant the name of Africa 3 times. Africa, Africa, Africa. On the 3rd chant, I realized that now there's an awakening. And make sure that you go back with this fire burning. Keep it blazing. And always remember that at NSBE 25 years celebration, you were imparted, you were transformed for the best of Africa and for the best of yourself. So NSBE, oh! You didn't know this. NSBE, 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 you are the power that will power this very engine. Self-invest and invest in other people. God bless our homeland Ghana and God bless Africa. Thank you.
NSBE, the power is down. The fire is bent. It is going down. NSBE, 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 one fire. One fire. Okay, so I don't even know what to say. Wow. So we have a lot of members like this. Okay, so those who want to join the alumni, NSBE Accra Technical Professionals, I'm their General Secretary. You can see me at the back there, and you'll be, added to the platform, and also fill the necessary forms. And our dues a month is 10 cedis. Even though things are, going up higher and higher every day, but then we are still maintaining the 10 cedi for now to be able to, organize our programs. So all what I have to say is that those of you who want to join the alumni, please see me. My name is Ernest Sena Agbanyo. Thank you very much.
So as we are drawing the curtain for today's celebration, as just in order that we take our closing remarks from the founder of NSBE Ghana, 25 years ago, somewhere in the 90s, he founded NSBE Ghana. He's the person of Dr. Joseph Amoah, the NSBE Ghana founding president. Let's give him a round of applause. Let's celebrate him for such a brilliant and incredible work, birthing an idea and bringing it to life and sustaining it for 25 good years. You can do better with your hands.
NSBE, oh, your power is weak. I said, okay, all of you get up, be on your feet. Okay, so when I say NSBE, you say power. The food is coming. And some drinks. Item 13 is coming. So I want you to expend your last energy. And then the food will come. NSBE, one fire. So one fire, more fire. One fire. NSBE, one fire. Thank you. Now you are talking. All right, sit down. Thank you very much. Wow. I know a lot of people have left the auditorium, but looking across, the audience, I'm simply wowed and really greatly humbled by the growth of NSBE in Ghana since its establishment over 25 years ago. And it has to take the selfless, committed, and resilient leaders to not only sustain the organization, but to expand it to other universities, JHS, SHS, and organize programs that are focused on impacting underserved communities. Please, I want you, with one big round of applause, applaud all the current national headquarters executives and secretariat and all the leaders who have sustained NSBE for all this while. We planted, but they watered it and have sustained it up to date. So what we witness here today, we are witnessing here, is their doing. So I'm going to go pretty fast and wrap it up. So distinguished visitor in our midst, Nana Oya Adieye, Dr. Ahunu Aye Abebio III, Chief of Accra, the Vice Chancellor who is no longer here, distinguished professors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. What a fantastic event we have experienced here today. Please give yourself a round of applause. So as we come to the end of the conference, I want to express my sincere appreciation to all the speakers, panelists, participants, partners, sponsors who have contributed to the discussion and the program today. Your valuable contributions to our Engineering in Africa conference on the occasion of the 25th anniversary celebration of the National Society of Black Engineers in Ghana have had a tremendous impact. My deepest gratitude goes to all who attended the conference from day one until today and helped make it a successful event. So I'm just going to go quickly through some quick highlights. A lot has been said already. The theme of the theme is Engineering in Africa 2020 conference is Building the Africa We Want, a reflection on the role of Africa's STEM professionals in accelerating Africa's socio-economic transformation. As with all such events, and this conference has been a very outstanding example, our minds have been assailed by a torrent of ideas, information, discussions, statistics, interpretations, visions for the future, and so on and so forth. And it will probably be a day or two before you can be able to sift through all the information that has been given or shared with you today to consolidate it all together, and especially those that are in the chapter level. I believe the students and the professionals among us would have plenty to reflect upon as you depart the conference. Right from day one event, named STEM Day at Accra, NSBE Ghana and its partners held a day of discovery and exploration as it brought the excitement of STEM education to the vibrant town of Accra in the Kwapem Ranges, Eastern region. School children and people of all ages were exposed to the wonders of STEM with captivating demonstrations led by volunteers and experts in their field. From robotics, 3D printing, drone flying, hands-on activities, they all showcase the marvels of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. The participants were left in awe of the advancement of technology. These demonstrations left an indelible mark and motivated and inspired the next generation of potential engineers, scientists, doctors, lawyers, nurses, politicians, and even presidents of that small town. The local students who participated in the program did an outstanding job. Let's give them a round of applause. Some of them are in our midst today. Now, the NSBE Leadership Summit was held on day 2. Now, where the leaders and representatives from NSBE chapters across Ghana convened, collaborated, and strategize on advancing the mission and impact of NSBE on the continent. Through a series of engaging discussions and interactive sessions, participants explored key topics related to sustainability, efficient management of chapter activities, strategic planning, and fundraising strategies. The day ended with a networking session among chapter leaders, professionals, and administrators. And today, as been said, is the climax of the conference. And we've heard a lot from all the presenters and the panelists. And I'm just going to highlight a few key takeaways from me. Right from the Vice Chancellor, who spoke, talking about the deficiencies in the STEM education in Africa and proposing adding the D for digital and the STEAM and all that really jumped at me because that was the first time I was hearing them. Engineer Professor Elsie Efa Kaufman talk about undergoing economic development. Ghana is going through economic development and engineers are at the forefront of it. And then he noted that there is a pressing gap. There's a pressing gap of skill set gap, which, that is there, that exists, even though our population is exploding at an accelerated rate. And we need to be able to close those gaps. Some of the participants, Eric Bird of Carmen shared that we need to always, as engineers, as scientists, as students, we ought to always have a fallback plan. A plan will always fall back. Always have plan A. If plan A doesn't work, fall back to plan B. If plan B doesn't work, you try plan C. Always have a fallback plan so that you don't get frustrated in your life's journey. They talk about mentorship programs. The NSBE offers mentorship programs. So please take advantage of those programs. And also there was a mention of girls, that they need to increase female education, girl education and career, that they shouldn't focus only of playing the wife role, but today all the girls and the young girls that are coming up should know that they can also be professional engineers and scientists in their chosen field, so that together they will work with their future spouses to raise their kids together and family together. So there's a lot. I can go on and on and on. The panels discussed, I think we all recollect what the panels discussed. But one of the key things that jumped at me on panel 1 was one of them talk about bridging the gap in the hardcore engineering. When you talk about the civil engineering, electrical engineering, it felt like those majors were not keeping with the pace of the way AI and technology is advancing. But actually, when you go to the Western world, they are actually keeping pace. And those are coming to the forefront. In fact, recently, 3 weeks ago, there was a US company that is actually using AI and technology, 3D printing, and printing homes for people to live in. So for those of you who are in Accra, you saw how the demonstration was made for small gadgets. Now there's a company called Icon. They can just push buttons and print a whole house, and you and your entire family can move into that house. So now all those structural designs are being incorporated. And now NASA is even asking them to go and build houses on the moon and on Mars for them. So technology is indeed advancing. Then the second panel talked about the need for tertiary institutions to restructure their coursework to make sure, I think that also touched home for me. Restructure their coursework, modify the way they deliver their lectures so that students can grasp and for the courses to be more engaging. I can go on and on and on, but I know we are all tired and ready to go. So in the final analysis, I just want to take a few moments to acknowledge and appreciate the hard work and dedication of the conference organizers, including the staff at NSBE Secretariat, NSBE chapter members, volunteers, some of whom were not even STEM members. They were not even members of NSBE, but they volunteered their time and effort to help organize this conference. Let's give them a round of applause. And of course, we cannot forget our partners and sponsors. Once again, I wish to recognize the effort of the NSBE Secretariat under the able leadership of Mr. Abdullah Moro for creating a platform that fosters knowledge exchange and supports growth of NSBE chapters, impacting underserved communities, embarking on a mission to catalyze Africa's socioeconomic transformation through the power of STEM education, innovation, and collaboration. We are indebted to all the speakers for sharing their expertise and you, the attendees, for your active participation. Please clap for yourself. You have been very, very, very patient. Thank you. We are almost there. I'll be remiss if I do not express my gratitude towards the attendees, as your presence again and your engagement played a pivotal role in the success of the conference. Thank you all for your active participation, some of the thought-provoking questions that were asked. Your collective presence contributed to this vibrant conference we've had an atmosphere today. Now, as I reflect on this conference and its impact, there are many takeaways for me. But the most memorable and touching experience for me was the STEM day at Accra. Now, seeing the little school children, some of who were wearing tattered clothes, uniforms, reminded me of my young self and how far the Lord has brought me as a person who was initially raised in the village not far from Accra. My word of encouragement to all the students who are gathered here, it doesn't matter whether your parents have it or not. Do not allow your current circumstances to define who you are and your future. I'm telling you that no condition is permanent, and your situation will turn around if you do not lose hope and faith. In addition, make every effort when things go well for you to give back. Today you heard a lot of them talking about giving back. And I can spend the whole day talking about how much I gave back. And why, I didn't even talk about how and why with the decision to start NSBE was started. But what we see here, and the number of people who have taken advantage of NSBE, the opportunities is open up for many to go to the United States for higher education, masters, PhDs, and some of them have come back, built companies. Some of them are teaching at our institutions all across. I can go on and on, a long list of people. But know that, please, when you do well, do not forget to look back. Look for the underserved communities and give back to those. Give your talent, your knowledge, go back and help them so that they may also be able to impact future generations. We should be about imparting future generations, not only our stomach, not only for ourselves, but let's always keep that in mind. We have to be selfless when you are a leader. If you're a student chapter leader, it's not about you alone and what you are going to get. Yes, you get what you're going to get, but always remember those that are coming after you and that you pass on from one generation to another. This is what I wanted to see when NSBE was started. And now I am very, very happy and my heart is gladdened for what Mr. Moro and the team and all the chapters have been able to accomplish. Now, for the collegiate chapters, leaders and students, take all the leadership trainings and strategic plannings, ideas you learned yesterday to go back to your chapters and cause positive change in your chapters. Increase your membership and develop enrichment programs, activities for your members. I encourage you to maintain the spirit of collaboration, teamwork. We talk about core values, focus on people and outcome, knowledge sharing, and community service excellence. Always look for opportunity to go into communities Go to, if you're in university level, go to the SHS level. Go and encourage students. Organize, tutorials for them. SHS chapters, go to JHS chapters, and go and help them. Now, in closing, I wish to once again express my sincere gratitude to all the attendees, volunteers, organizers, and speakers for your contributions. NSBE, one fire. Let's go out not only to increase the number of culturally responsible engineers and scientists who will excel academically, succeed professionally, and positively impact the community, but also to serve as a conduit for producing the best and brightest engineers and scientists equipped to innovate, lead, and accelerate technological advancement and economic development throughout Africa. Thank you for coming, and thank you for your participation. God bless you.
God bless you so much for such a vision, which is still given. Today has been a very wonderful day, and we have been climaxing the celebration of NSBE at 25 today, and we are looking forward to the next 25 years. As a way of recognition, I would like to recognize Mrs. Olivia Parry, Director at GES at the Science Education Unit. Please, if she's here, she can give us a wave. Thank you so much for coming. We also want to recognize the chapters here, the professionals. Let's see you, professionals. Oh, the Legon University of Ghana chapter. Let's see you by hands. Wave at us properly. Let's give them a round of applause. Yeah. So be clapping for them. Tamale Technical University chapter, where are you? Woo! Accra Technical University chapter, where are you? Woo! KNUST chapter, where are you? Woo! Adogona Senior High School chapter, where are you? Accra Kwejo Junior High School, where are you? Woo! Presec Boys, where are you? DTI, where are you? Woo! Thank you all for coming and for making this a success. To our speakers, we are so grateful to you for making time to be here. And the NSBE organizing committee and volunteers, let's give them a round of applause for a good work done. Let's celebrate them properly. The executive director tells me it's been a long year-long of activities, and well done for doing this. To our media team, most times they do all the work but do not receive any recognition. Okay, sure. Our media team, we are grateful to you. Let's give them a round of applause. The photographers, AV, the videographers, all of you, thank you all so much for your hard work. Oh, I forgot one chapter. The UCC chapter, where are you? We celebrate you all for your wonderful work that you are doing. Don't forget that today has been the 25th anniversary of NSBE Ghana, and the theme has been Building the Africa We Want. a reflection of the role of Africa's STEM professionals in accelerating Africa's socio-economic transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, we started around 9:17 and you have been riding with me. Thank you all so much. Now give yourself a round of applause. As we conclude this monumentous celebration, NSBE Ghana's 25th anniversary, let's take a moment to reflect on the incredible journey we've witnessed, from humble beginnings to remarkable achievements. Our collective efforts have paved the way for a brighter future. I encourage each of you to carry forward the spirit of innovation, collaboration, and excellence that defines NSBE Ghana. Before we part ways, allow me to introduce myself. I am Jemima Okai. I'm a confidence coach and a public speaker. I'm available for speaking engagements and MC roles. You can connect me on Instagram at Gem on Purpose. You can also connect with me on LinkedIn at Jemima A. Okai. Thank you for being a part of this unforgettable day. Safe travels and see you at the next milestone. But the truth is that you don't have to go yet. We have to resuscitate our power, right? So if you go, you won't resuscitate your power. So as the energy gets ready, you understand? Let's invite Lily and Kate to, give us a bit of some music to, refresh ourselves whilst the energy, the power that we've been shouting comes. Lily and Kate, give them a round of applause. Don't move yet, the power is coming.
There's a hero. If you look inside your heart, you don't have to be afraid of what you are. There's an answer if you reach into your soul, and the sorrow that you know will melt away. Yeah, and then a hero comes along with the strength to carry on, and you cast your fears aside, and you know you can't survive. So when you feel like hope is gone, look inside you and be strong, and you finally see the truth, that a hero lies in you. Yeah. It's a long road when you face the world alone. No one reaches out a hand for you to hold. You can find love when you search inside yourself, and the emptiness you felt will disappear. And then a hero comes along with the strength to carry on, and you cast your fears aside, and you know you can survive. So when you feel like hope is gone, look inside you and be strong. will be tomorrow. In time you'll find the way. And then a hero comes along with the strength to carry on. And you cast your fears aside, and you know you can't survive. So when you feel like hope is gone, look inside you and be strong. And you finally see the truth, that a hero lies in you. And then a hero comes along with the strength to carry on. And you cast your fears aside, and you know you can survive. So when you feel like hope is gone, look inside you and be strong. And you finally see the truth, that a hero lies in you. And you finally see the truth, that a hero lies in you.
Maybe we'll come back. So we'll be taking photos quickly as we have to capture the memories together. So have a photo session. Can our speakers come so that we take one photo all together? Then we can have some chapter photos and then all of us come together to speak. So can we have our speakers come in front? Speakers, special invited guests. We can take the photos here. Can the podium be moved, please? So our speakers can come here. Invited guests, we need you here. Our executive director, founders. Yes, please. I think photographer, please direct us. Should we take them here? Thank you so much. Can we have Accra Kwajo community join them? Accra Kwajo. Thank you so much. DTI. DTI with the speakers. Please quickly come. So can we have the speakers rather come down so that the students will stand behind you? NSBE power. Let me see your power hands. NSBE. Did you get that? Did you get it? Thank you. Other governor senior high.